And we're live. How's it going, everyone? We're going to Infinity. That's nice. We're doing more of the usual, and that's the streaming password. So how is y'all? Hello, Joron. Good old days. Jose SR, Pero, Solar Knight. What are we? Oh man, I forgot to put on my fucking wrist brace. That's not good. Fan made opening for password. In the immortal tradition, it has to be Cruel Angel's thesis. Right, I was sharing it. That's what I remembered I was forgetting something, but I was like, what am I forgetting? It was like, right, to share it places. Damn. Yeah, images. It'd be very nice. But, oh, right. I know someone just commented something, but I can't, like, fully see it. It's hoy hoy ha I how be. Oh no, that's an exclamation mark, not an I. I can read. Aw. Good Archer, hello. I'm gonna fucking do this myself. I'm posting a password-related meme to the community page if any of y'all want to check it out. Yeah. So, quick question: are we ever going to do the routes we skipped if not using password for selling enticing? You know what? Probably not, because I don't want to fucking do that. That sounds like it'd be a lot of effort and very tiresome. It'll leave for a second. What's good? Right, sharing a stream places. Well, oh fuck, it's 6. Oh, I gotta hurry up. But do y'all have Chad? Y'all got any special plans for Halloween? I don't. Well, I mean, I'm gonna stream Resident Evil 1. That's gonna be fun. Be honest, we're probably doing Jill's route because I'm fucking. I don't know. That's just the one I decided on. Lockpicking master. Can y'all hear that? I have a fidget spinner, but it might be too close to the mic. Master of unlocking. There we go. Oh, Halloween party. That's nice. You should dress up as Shadow T Hedgehog. So, a game that's playing game is still meant to be played multiple times. You aren't going to actually play it enough for the whole story. I mean, yeah, playing games multiple times is a pain in the butt. I barely ever do it. Honestly, I think the last game I replayed was hang on. Last game I replayed might genuinely be Night in the Woods from last year. I do not like replaying games, chat. No, I've said that before, but I mean it. Come on, Discord, stop being wonky, being weird on me. Ugh, whatever, we're just gonna vibe, fuck it. Ignoring Discord, as one does. Oh, the FNAF movie, I forgot that was a thing. I've seen a clip of the animatronics, and they actually look dope as hell. Friggity dope fresh, as the cool kids would say. Where's... there it is. Alright, open the game. Let's fucking hope. No, it's not gonna do that. It's set to Elden. Also, for the randomizer, I did the Elden Ring randomizer. Be sure to tune in on fucking Fridays for that, chat. But I did actually get us move us somewhere where we can actually pick back up. Oh, is it like fucking SMT4 where there's just like where the map is like, where you just don't know where the fuck you're going because the map has like no labels? I actually moved us somewhere so we won't be fighting the Godskin Noble. Because it turns out you have to load the game with a fog mod because start the game with a fog mod, otherwise the fog gates won't the random fog gates won't be there. So it's actually very possible to just load it from the randomizer, that way everything's still random, and then without the fog mod, that way you can just walk normally. I did a whole spinny wheel. Okay, I should hit that. I did a whole spinny wheel so I can decide where to pick. I was originally going to be in the upper snowfields. I forget what it's called, the place with the fire giant. And I teleported to the Spirit Caller Cave so I could get there. But Spirit Caller Cave apparently has one of those imp statues, you need stone sword keys. But I didn't have those, and I started on the other side of the door. So I re-rolled and got Liurnia. Oh, you beat Path A and B. It's I think a hooky hook. He's Captain Hook. He's gonna fight Peter Pan. Death by crocodile. No, I did not kill Godskin. I don't know what the fuck is up with him, but his AI is weird as hell. I know someone was there, but they noticed that, yeah, Godskin just used his roll twice in a row. I don't know what the fuck I can do to that. When I can barely survive getting hit by it once in the Godskin, the Noble is my least favorite boss in the game because it's so fucking wonky. Unless you fight him in that specific arena, you're going to have a bad time because the roll is bullshit. Something and Fred Durst, and we remark who she gave head to first. Eminem, woo. The FNAF movie took ages. It got scrapped twice something. I think before the ones came. Oh no, I do like the animatronics. They look cool as hell. It keeps rolling. What? I slowly opened my eyes, my head throbbing, but gently, with a vague feeling of pain. Or maybe not pain, but as if the inside of my skull had been itchy and I needed to give it a good scratch. That's fucking weird. He hides the whatchamacallit medal. Which medal was it? Because I don't fucking know shit. Leo medal. In the place Oswin does his best work. Okay. Use my brain. We're filing that away. All right, guys. All right, you can't see. I should get a fucking VTuber model. I should get Dust to make me a VTuber model. That'd be nice. Do you need like special? Okay? If someone knows more about VTubers than me, can someone tell me if like VTuber models are special, or can you just like fucking make that shit in Blender? That's a good heckin' question. Good old days. For the most part, my throat felt dry and I needed water, then coffee, then breakfast. Just thinking about food made my stomach growl. Something that I wasn't expecting, but it was nice to have an appetite again. Live 2D, what? What is that? How the heck do you rig a VTuber model? Oh, what? That's nonsense. That's nonsense, chat. For the most part, my throat felt dry and I needed water, then coffee, then breakfast, blah, 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 blah. I had my arms around Tyson, who was still asleep, but unlike how we fell asleep, I had found myself to be the big spoon in how we were cuddling. Not that I minded, but I was a little worried about moving so quickly, lest I wake him up. It's alright, I'm awake. That's my best Tyson voice. I don't remember what we gave him. I wasn't sure that I'd heard him at first, but when he yawned and shifted, I lifted my arm so he could move. Couldn't sleep? Well, I slept enough. I'm mostly just hungry now, I think. Sure. Don Zaloog. You mean Christopher Walken? Like from the anime? I know that meme. What about you? If I'm being honest, I don't know Christopher Walken's voice. I don't know why I tried that. If I'm being honest, I'm still bushed. Plus, after last night, I don't know. I kinda just want to hang out here for a bit. For a second I was about to ask, why do people always make an I'm walking here joke with Christopher Walken's voice? Then I was like, wait, it's probably because he's named Walken. You're skipping breakfast? No, just trying to lay low. That's all. Do you want me to bring you anything? Coffee? Breakfast? Nah, it's fine. I'm just gonna nap a little more, then I'll get up. I leaned forward and kissed him on the side of his muzzle, and while he was still processing what I'd done, I sat up to stretch. If you're going to hang here, I'm gonna go get food and then look into something. Join me later? You're not going to find trouble. You're not going to go finding trouble, are you? No? Good. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna go outside and start looking for Jack again. It's gonna be fine. Oh my god, little Solomon canceled you in real life? What did he fucking moidle you? Trying to also, chat, I've started reading this one manga called Marriage Toxin. It's apparently one of those web-only Shonen Jump series. But I like it. It's about like this dude who's apparently like the future head of like this assassin clan needing to get married. It's very nice. Once I was dressed, I headed downstairs. The house was quiet, although that was likely due to me being one of the first people up, if not the first. When I got to the kitchen, it was cold and untouched, which meant I just had the pleasure of turning on the coffee machine and getting breakfast started. Looking in the pantry and the fridge, though, I started to wonder just how long the food we had was going to last. Those of us in the mansion, 3 meals a day at best, for another week at least. Yeah, you're mostly fine. I mean, people are, what do you mean, Lil Solomon? People, yeah, I saw art of him, like, this morning. Like, yeah, it was like, the fucking femtagonist, she had like a stomach ache. The Salmon is worrying. He's like, caution on. Yeah, something like that. My only theory about healing... Oh, fuck. I was actually working on a video explaining all the world representatives, actually. Though next week's probably something like your favorite and least favorite transient, one of those viewer submitted things, you know. But, my theory for Heliopolis is that it'd be like what the Land of Wa is for Takamagahara. A place where they put, like, real figures who, like, aren't fake. So, like, rather than being from Aru, Cleopatra, since she was a real person, would be from Heliopolis. So would, like, Alexander the Great or something. I frowned to think about how we'd start to ration things. The freezer still had a good stockpile, but I was going to miss having milk in my coffee if they didn't have powdered stuff. But even that wasn't the same. Pacing the kitchen, my mind went back to my dream, trying to piece it together. Where he does his best work. Part of me was expecting Thanatos to show up, and I scanned the kitchen for him, but nothing. Oh man, you got canceled by a salmon. Salmon. I may be losing my mind, chat. Part of me was expecting Thanatos to show up, and I scanned the kitchen for him, but nothing. Part of me wants to say Life Hunters wouldn't do Gandhi, but then they did just do Turing. They just fucking straight up put Turing in the game. So there's that. Maybe they will actually add Gandhi. Breakfast is ready, he said to no one. Marched into the dining room just as everyone seemed to have settled into their seats. That said, what I made for breakfast paled in comparison to the last breakfast I made. I mean, yeah, Turing was gay. It's just that, like, bro, you actually put, like, fucking Turing in the fucking gay furry Kacha game? You made him a British femboy? Like, that is still wild. Like, it's like an actual person who had, like, a real tragedy, like, fucking not tragedy, I just an understatement. Well, like, a real tragedy happened to them, and she's like, bro? Furry Pokemon art with an ooh-woo, bulgy-wolgy. That's on my Twitter. I burst into the dining room just as everyone's bed and buffs made. What's for breakfast? Looks like toast. Or did you struggle? If you needed help, you could have just said so. I'd have been happy to help. No, I'm just being, mindful about how much food we have left. The comment made everyone look at the toast and then back to me quickly. I felt a little nervous about how people were going to react, but no one said anything about it. Well, what's everyone's plans for today? No plans on my end. All things considered, no plans are good plans, right? What makes you say that? Well, after yesterday, I imagine people won't necessarily want to do anything, right? Looks from Roswell to Tyson, who seemed to be sharing a look with one another. Was he giving him an out after what happened at dinner? Either way, Ty kept quiet and his head down soon after. Hi, Law. There's new Raid Raptor support? Cool! I've been playing more Master Duel again. Fucking kill me. I've just finished making my Pearly deck. Oh yeah, that is just Siddhartha. Buddha. Well, Siddhartha. They call him the Smoky God because I feel like there's literally not enough characters in the, like, whatever name thing they have to put Siddhartha Gautama. What was it? Leaks. Oh yeah, isn't there... do y'all know that one call... Okay, so recently, I think it was on the Xbox store, actually. Hello, Carlos Montoya. On the Xbox store, Master Duel showed off a card art that wasn't in the game yet, and they revealed it's coming like the 30th in a new selection pack. It's a fire link monster. I forget what its fucking name is. Where is it? It revives from the graveyard. It's a Link 2 revives from the graveyard. It's like a trans code, but for fire specifically. Oh, there's a Soulful Accord. Oh, cool, more virtual world stuff. Ooh. That's nice. Bee Trooper. Libromancer. Teller Knight. Gunsteller. Didn't Gunsteller Teller Knights come out way later? Because it's leaked and apparently coming coming in the next selection pack. Well, we can't just do nothing. Any ideas then? If we're running low on food, I can't say we can readily make something in the kitchen as a group. Something I should probably check too, and then we can have a plan to properly ration out food as needed. I don't think things are that dire just yet, but it's worth checking. Foraging is likely out too, given how dangerous the woods are now. Speaking of danger, do we know what they're going to do about that? What we're going to do about that? Panto said that we have a couple of days of breathing room. I nodded slowly, thinking back to the past few days. The break was nice, and even if he was lying, there was a chance that about what he said was being the truth. I might be slightly losing my chat. Oh God. I might be slightly losing my chat. Losing my chat mind. Fucking goddamn it. My mom. Hang on, what's the... Okay, whenever I want to do a muscle man voice, I always just do the Broly voice from fucking Life Arrows. You know who else has a couple days of breathing room? My mom. That's my best voice. Sorry, chat. Sorry about that, chat. I nodded slowly, thinking back to the past few days. The break was nice, and even if he was lying, there was a chance that what he said was the truth. He did? That's a relief. Although, I don't think it's wise to go letting our guard down. Letting our guard down completely, just in case. I agree, but what do we do? Tyson was just there and did nothing. Aye. Shy of keeping watch and arming ourselves just in case, there isn't much alternative, is there? It's not as if we can go get guns either. Why not? Benson has them locked away in his room, behind another locked door. Apparently, the keys are safe. Did he say where the keys were? Just in case. Just that they were safe. Well, that's not an answer. Do you think he's lost them? Or maybe he doesn't want anyone to know where they are, just in case they want to do something bad with them. That's a little dangerous, isn't it? In case we need them? It'd be more dangerous to arm someone that doesn't know how to use a gun properly. Turn his butt. Oh, God, stop it. Huh? There's apparently a new Sulfur monster. What the fuck? Looked across to Orlando with a frown. For a moment, Benson's face flashed on my mind after the investigation yesterday. But something about that made me worry about Orlando. I just couldn't place why. They're in his otter pocket. Is that like a real thing, or are you making a pun? Oh, damn. Gunstellar Teller Knights is actually a really good card. I was reading this like a fact, and I'm like, wow, this is a fucking crazy spell card. Huh. Do Constellars have like a way to like search that out? Oh boy. Teller Knights are getting new monsters and shit. Wild. I'm kind of interested in making a Constellar deck, but you know how it be. I don't, gems and Master Duel are fucking hard to get. I guess that's true, though. What weapons does that leave us should we need them, though? I might see if I can get a sword from the suit of armors upstairs. It's only bolted in place, so a wrench of some sort should get it free. A sword, really? Better than nothing. I'd agree, otherwise we only have things from the kitchen. We also have the axe in the greenhouse. Although I figure I'll take that up. I'll take that up should we need to. Why do you get the axe? I'll have the sword then. Given the size, I imagine Sal is the one that could handle it. That or a shovel, maybe. And New Zealand took a photo of him with Oh. Oh, okay. Sitting there, I thought you said Makima from fucking Chainsaw Man. I was absolutely baffled. I was like, what? Did it mean like a fucking cosplayer? Yeah, that does sound like something that they would have. It's trap searchy. Spell searchy. They better be at Infernity. Do some Live a Hero promotion since it's getting a translation. Given the size, I imagine Sal is the one that could handle it. That or a shovel, maybe. What's anyone going to do with a shovel? Bop someone over the head with it? You could also pull a Giorno, or, well, not Giorno, who's the guy, Leaky Luca, I think. Red Eye stuff and Rush Duel? I wish there was like an alt format in fucking Master Duel. Like a fun, friendly alt format. Dig something up, maybe? Or bury something? Or a makeshift crowbar? Glancing at Tyson showed he had some level of pride and threw me a subtle thumbs up. Wasn't sure if I should be happy about that or not, but the conversation moved on regardless. Somehow, I don't think that's going to come up, Dave. Do you have to go checking we've got checking the kitchen for our food supply and gathering weapons should we need them. That's what we're doing today? Plus, whatever Benson and Oswin have in mind. You think so? It's their house after all. Maybe they have a hidden store of food or some other idea of what we could be doing. Red eye color supersonic. You mean supersonic 2? Oh yeah, for snacks today, I have pot stickers. They're crunchy. I made them in an air fryer. Mm-hmm. In Live a Hero's most recent, whatchamacallit. Yeah, that's fun. Joron. Live a Hero's most recent, announcement for the new event, they also mentioned, we're translating this game. No idea when that will be, though. Why wouldn't the bacon be edible? I agree. Plus, we need to keep tabs on Thanatos as well, just in case he can get any more insight on what's to come. Good luck getting him to help us. Yeah. Yeah, translating is a turbo pain in the ass, and I hate doing it. I can't even do Spanish. I do fucking Japanese. I can mostly translate stuff into Spanish. I'm not actually writing it down or programming into it anything. I'm just doing it in my head, and it's a fucking pain in the ass. Because oftentimes, if it's like a fucking comic, you'll have to ask yourself, when the fuck is this fun? Why can't I read shit? And there's also the fact that people, at least for fans, comics and stuff, they usually use colloquial Spanish. I mean, there's times when you're just looking at a word and it's like, that makes no fucking sense. What are you talking about? I studied for... I did 1, 2, 3, 4 years, and I did like 4 years in high school, then 4 years in college. Actually, I had a minor in Spanish, but I didn't want to do that. I fucking didn't want to do that. Language is hard. I'm really rusty at it though. I should Duolingo some Spanish. Fuck it. Oh, I have no intention of going to find him. That job is absolutely yours. Oh, I have no intention of going to find him. That job is absolutely yours. Oh, an entire life. Las Lobos. Yeah, honestly, one of the major reasons I wanted to get into Spanish was Bleach. Because fucking Las Lobos, because of the fucking, Arrancar. Lobos being, Stark's, resurrection. Oh, Maori, that's actually pretty cool. Why me? He seems to like you enough, or, well, you've had more experience with him anyway. It looks a little blue, but honestly, I kind of think it's a bit gray. I think it's a bit weird. That's probably fine. It worked out well enough, given the dream I had last night. If anyone could answer my question, it'd be him. Yeah. The fire link too, I was talking about. On. Where's my fucking... How do I... Filters. Time. Like past day. Finn being colorblind, yeah. Wait, is Instant Fusion banned in Master Duel? I swear that was still legal. Although, should we split into groups then? How about Sal, myself, and Tyson handle getting ourselves sorted as far as weapons and other supplies, while the others handle food? Wasn't Dean going to go get the sword? Anyone can use a wrench to undo a bolt, plus if forging absolutely needs to be considered, it's better for the person that knows how to do that to be present, right? I guess that's fair. I think you're forgetting about Dave in there, Hoss. Didn't forget. I figure he'll do as he normally does and float between the groups. Dave, are you fine with that? I guess so. I can always keep an eye out for Thanatos in the meantime, too. Perfect. Dean, Orlando, to the kitchen. Toast. Toast is just large croutons. That's my take for today. Enjoy it. Did you know the clacker... What? I cannot read that. The heart thing is on the way. The clacker balls are banned? What do you mean clacker balls? What clacker balls? Oh yeah, Verte's still legal at 1, and it's the only reason my Springens Albaz deck works. Roswell gathered up a few dishes from breakfast and wandered into the kitchen. The other two followed suit and flashed me a smile on their way out. Come on, big dog. We have supplies to get. Then the others left the same way, leaving me behind in the dining room. Normally, I would have felt strange being left out of this, but my mind was still attached to seeking answers from a certain rat. Clacker balls of steel. Thanatos, are you around? Calling out for him seemed like the safest place to start. His habit of just being around made it seem like I could just call out and he'd be there, though that was hardly working. Oh yeah, they are essentially Link 2s. I just use that so I can make them go into like the Albaz stuff when I'm playing Springens because they lock you into Xyz. It's entirely bullshit that they lock you into Xyz. Like, come the fuck on, you are a fucking Albaz archetype. Let me fuse! An extra tech space is already tight enough when you're playing fucking Springens. The fucking clacker balls? Oh. That's valid. Are you down here? And it occurred to me just how difficult he might be to find, given that he could just as easily avoid being found. That left me in the lurch. I was just standing in front of the vault door. This was all the rat was, a computer attached to a room, holding a secret. With a frown, I inspected the input panel. There was a word that existed that opened the door, but part of me deep down said I'd never know what that word that might be. Something about the panel drew my attention, and leaning a bit closer, at first I thought I'd seen something. It was just something I'd heard instead. Almost like the churning of heavy metal combined with the sound of a clock ticking. I didn't think bomb, and more felt it was closer to breathing, that this was the sound of a mechanical version of what was beating in my chest. Thanatos, can you hear me? There was nothing that came as a reply, but I continued speaking anyway. If he could see everything that happened in front of this door, there was no doubt in my mind that, if not now, but sometime, he'd come and pay a visit. I had a dream last night, but it wasn't... What I mean to say is, you didn't make me remember anything, right? That wasn't you. Again, the sign stretched out, making me fidget. The Wi-Fi password. How traumatic can an event be for me to remember it? How can I tell the difference between what's a dream and what's a memory? A dry laugh found its way out of my mouth, and I shook my head. Are there even any more passwords for me to find? For me to remember? That depends. I immediately turned on my heel and looked back towards the door. Standing just out of view was Thanatos, his beady red eyes glowing softly in the dark. Depends on what? You, mostly. I'd rather there be no more passwords if I had my say. Why? Because that means nothing bad happened and I didn't have to step in and prevent it. Or it means you fucking die, remember? Or the opposite, that is just the first time around that this set of variables and it's your job to survive long enough for a password to be made. Only you'd know that, right? Yes and no. There's always a third option. Being, whatever you experienced last night, I didn't cause. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you. He's got a scar on his chest. I imagine that's just like the fucking stitching scar for whenever he put the rat skin over the the mechanic robot shit, you know? There's the extra deck space of 20. Oh, Is that a good idea? Discuss, chat. An extra deck space of 20. Yes or no? Whatever you experienced last night, I didn't cause. Maybe I'm rubbing off. Oh, maybe I'm rubbing off on you. He's Mickey Mouse, damn it. Don't go telling Roswell. He might get jealous I'm developing psychic powers. He seemed to regard the statement carefully for a few moments, measuring his words. I bet he would get jealous. Is there a way to tell the difference between what's a dream and what's a memory? Not really. Not at all? Well, with how consistent you are, not that I know of anyway, what makes you think what you saw was a memory? God. He's a rat, so I want to give him the Mickey Mouse voice, but it just doesn't fucking fit. He's more like... It sounds like he should have a Yorkshire accent. It was strange. It was like I was there, but I wasn't. Like I was looking through the eyes of me, that Mickey Manitos. Yeah, real easy to follow. Sorry, it was almost like in an out-of-body experience, but in-body experience instead? Listen, I had nothing to do with whatever you saw. Could be a dream, could be a memory, but whatever it was, I don't have a clue as to what you're talking about. Good. I want more, you know those trashy Winnie the Pooh, horror things? I want more of that, but for the fucking Mickey Mouse. Michael Mouse. I frowned, thinking back to the dream. We were outside, and, you had just given me a vision, I think. That ain't narrowing it down. And there was a talk about Jack? A plan for something? I think you're better off asking yourself if that was sufficiently dramatic to even be a recall. You have a point. Think about it this way. You can't remember anything unless you've been traumatized by the event. He backed up a little, half shrouding himself in the darkness of the basement. So tell me, Dave, that line up to your dream? Well, not really. Then you just had a dream. Nothing else. You sure? I'm sure. You don't sound it. Look, if you want to fight about it, then give me something to work with. I have other things I need to be doing now anyway. Such as, what's more important than helping me figure this out? Can you just focus and fucking tell him the thingy? You left the Leo medal where Oswin does his best work. I can remember things. I mean, used them. They used them very recently in the Remember Walt Disney short thing, you know? That little special. 50th anniversary, I think? 100th? I don't know. Such as? What's more important than helping me figure this out? Making sure Benson behaves himself. And what does that mean? Remember the favor I asked Oswin yesterday? Oh, right, but why did you ask that anyway? Thought you said we had some breathing room. If you let me go do what I need to, then yeah, you will. It hinges on Benson not firing his gun. But who'd he even shoot? You'll find out soon enough. God, be normal. Then it just oh, god damn it. Why didn't you fucking tell him? God damn it. Dave, quit being a He was like, I remember you telling me that that the Leo medal is where Oswin does his best work. Fuck if I know where that is. Ugh. Cool, Steamboat Willie. Someone should make an official NSFW for Steamboat Willie. Where he and, I don't know, Steamboat Pete or Tugboat Pete, go wildin', if that makes any sense. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thanatos disappeared into darkness, and before I could cross the distance of the room to the door, he was gone for good. I wandered back upstairs and looked around the foyer. No sign of Benson yet, but with Thanatos tracking him down, I guess I didn't have to worry. That just left Oswin. We didn't see him at breakfast, so unless he was in the lab, the places he could be were pretty limited. Maybe one of the others had seen him. Thinking back to what Oz said, I was due to flow between the groups, and now seemed like a good time as any to check in. Kitchen or museum? Where are we going? Kitchen or the museum? With Memphis. Damn. They call it Biznos. Biznos. Which one, chat? I think so. Yeah, Kitchen is Orlando, if he's a dragon. Oh, okay. We'll just go Kitchen. Oh, fuck it. As I entered the kitchen, the others are already thoroughly assessing I don't know what that is. The painting of a cloud? I can see the emoji, but not tell what the fuck it's supposed to be. As I entered the kitchen, the others were already thoroughly assessing what was available as far as food. But the attitude in the room seemed to show how things might not be so great with food after all. We can make this work, but if things go longer than a week with how many of us there are... That bad, huh? It's not looking good, at least. Not looking good, at least as far as the refrigerator goes. Plenty of sundry still, rice, flour, plenty of things we could stretch out potentially, but even that's finite. Part of me is thankful that we carved the pumpkin when we did. Still a lot left, still a lot of that in the freezer to work through. Which is good, right? If it comes down to it, we can't afford to be picky. La cocina. I was gonna call it a chicken. No, kitchen. God, I can speak! Depending on when the road issue gets addressed, even beyond working with whatever may come at us from the woods, we might have to last a couple weeks yet. Which isn't good. I said that, right? You did, yeah. Especially when, I went to Roswell and he just shrugged. If it happens, it happens. There's no point in worrying about it, planning around one less person. There's no point in worrying about it and planning around one less person. Right, we just have to assume that we can feed everyone still here, right? Not exactly what I was getting at, but yeah. Roast rabbit. Oh, you probably catch some animals in the woods. Shoot a bird. Someone already made a make bacon joke. Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes. That's what I'm, Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Bacon pancakes, that's what I'm gonna make. Bacon pancakes. Remember that from Adventure Time? Jake's bacon pancake song? Why? You want to smooch it? You like Salome? Oh, Salome. What? Eating pig heads give you cancer? What? Then what were you getting at? That there'd be less? It's a possibility, a grim one, but one that might make the food stretch a little longer. Don't think you can get cancer by eating cancer, but I'm not sure if anyone's really tested that. I mean, in a world of anthros, probably not. It'd be like eating a human, because, like, yeah, you can probably eat them, but that'd be weird and unethical. He doesn't have cancer. There's just a bomb in there that's just going to explode one of these days. You know. That's, well, so long as we don't just start deciding who to kill off, we're fine, right? We're all still friends. Of course we are, Dave. It's not as if, well, I suppose the talk yesterday was kind of muddied that a little, huh? You're going to take the rat's word that one of us is a traitor? I thought he said that no one was. Dean, for someone that was dating a Tanuki, you sure can't piece two and two together. I'm sorry? He means that Thanatos really meant that it was one of us. He was taunting us in our assuredness that none of us were guilty. Which one is it, though? If anyone would know, it'd be him, but something tells me he's going to be less generous in telling us who to point the finger at. What something is that, Roswell? That he openly admitted to trying to kill one of us? Or that he's a walking, talking rat? Robot. Like that makes any difference. It might make a little. Like, I don't know, he's not telling us everything for sure, but he's also been questionably fair. Make me die. No biggie. Something, Captain Laserhawk. That show is surprisingly good. We got to see Rayman eat sushi off a cowgirl's booty. Yeah. Don't think you two will let me say the other word. The moment the words left my mouth, I doubted them. Sentiment shared by everyone except Roswell. What the fuck was I doing? Yeah. Does anyone remember that one fucking, like, it was a fucking My Little Pony meme about fucking the white rainbow pony? I think her name is fucking Celeste or something. It's about, like, the cocaine hookers. That joke. Yeah. Yeah, we just won a Rayman game. Okay. This has been the best year for Rayman in, like, 5 years, and he didn't even get a game. He was DLC in the new Mario Rabbids game and got a main role in a fucking spin-off anime series. This has been Rayman's best year in, like, half a decade. That's how bad it is. In a sense that, though I do prefer 2D Rayman over 3D Rayman, I want something more like Rayman Legends than like another 3D Rayman. In a sense, that's true. If he was truly malicious, then he wouldn't have allowed you to put in passwords, right? But the trade-off is that if Dave didn't step in, then... one or more of us could be dead, and it'd be his fault. Take Tyson, for example. Who knows what would be different if you hadn't stepped in, Dave? I'd rather not think about it. Rayman. It was probably one of the OG 2D Raymans. Right, but after that fact, he allowed you to intervene rather than carrying out the deed anyway. He shrugged, shaking his head. Whatever his motives are, they're beyond me. They sound complicated. Complicated is one way of putting it. That doesn't help us figure out if we can or can't trust him, does it? I wouldn't, but if it's choice between the two, who's proven to... if it's choice between someone who's proven to help keep people alive, even if it requires a special word, it's better than the alternative for sure. Well, what about complex motives? On things we can control, though, we might not need to worry about foraging, but if it comes to that, I have it covered. On things we can control, we might not need to worry about foraging, but if it comes to that, I have it covered. But what about how dangerous the woods are? Hey, I can handle myself in the woods. If it makes you feel any better, I won't go out there unless I've got an axe or a gun if we can find one. Even then, only as a last resort, right? I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that whatever fallout Dean and I had seemed to be over. Or over enough that he seemed to not be showing any more signs of grief over it.
As far as it being an option, it's good to know that we have one should the food run low. Absolutely, we're a long ways off that, but it's nice to know it's there. So if food is handled, what now? I guess meal planning. While we have food, it's probably a good idea to figure out how to use it. Use what we have efficiently, right?
Self-voicing enabled. Self-voicing disabled.
What the fuck was that? I accidentally hit V instead of spacebar? What the fuck?
Probably a good idea. Seems like we have a fair bit, but it might turn out to be more than we realize once we've planned actual meals.
Hello, Law.
Any way I can help with that? Help with that at all? If Orlando can plan the meals, we can act as runners around the kitchen and check what we do and do not have.
Yeah, self-voice. Oh, cool. It's just built into RenPy. Did you know it's actually pronounced RenPy, not RenPy, like I like to say?
Which means I'm not needed. You're welcome to stay if you want, but between the three of us, we should have it. Alright, probably not a bad time to check in with the others anyway. See how they're going with that sword or whatever, right?
Pithin'. Honestly, oh man. I'm a bit interested in learning RPG Maker, but I'd have to actually buy an RPG Maker game to before I begin that. And then I'd have to, I should still stick to learning Python. I'm still not totally comfortable with all that. Figuring out the RenPy engine is going to be a fucking pain. I was also working with Hood of Geist. Yeah, I pronounce things very wrong very often. Yeah, it's also a programming language. It's one of the main ones. Not as popular as HTML, but it's up there. I actually learned a bit of HTML in college for what it's worth. Still not good with it, though. Feel free to let me know. We have the food situation under control. Feel free to let them know we have the food situation under control. If it's one less thing to worry about, better they know sooner rather than later, right? Oh yeah, wasn't it like a completely fan-made game? 7th stand user? HTML? Well, what is it? No, it uses JavaScript, doesn't it? HTML? Whatever. Robots have indeed taken over the stream. Robots have taken over the world. Our world. With a nod, I left the three of them to sort out the food properly and made my way upstairs to the museum. When I got to the museum, all three of them seemed to be standing in front of the suit of armor. No progress seemed to have been made. Guys? Oh, hey, Dave. I'm guessing getting the sword out isn't going well. When splitting the groups like this, I didn't think the actual need for a wrench was going to get in the way. I thought the fact that it was bolted down was pretty indicative that it wasn't meant to be moved. But if it was only bolted down and not welded down, we can remove it, right? No, without a wrench. So then what have you been doing this whole time, rather than getting a tool from downstairs? Chumin! I don't know what that is. You need for RenPy devs is actually pretty helpful. If you need help with something or anything in RenPy that you want to try, you can usually reach out. Yeah, it's great. They're used to being able to just fucking Google things and just being like, just hearing that someone's already asked the question like a bajillion years ago. Just talking. About mostly yesterday. What about yesterday? My mistake at the dinner table. Oh. Given how the reaction at the table went, I figured this was the best way to split the groups. Leaving Tyson around any of the others could have been problematic. Is that what I thought it said? I thought it was just Aura. I thought Tusk used Aura, or to Act 4 at least. The one with the wavy fucking, I don't know, curtain body. Tusk actually has like a banger design, Act 4. At the very least, Orlando. I don't know how the others would go. And how's things been going? And how's things been in these talks? Yeah, that's unsurprising. It was a heavy inspo for his art style in early JoJo's.
fine. Just fine. Make no mistake, it was a messed up thing he did, but I'm not about to condemn my buddy over it. Though if he screws up that bad again, he's on his own. Harsh. And deserved. Sorry, I should not have left it out for so long. Perhaps I should have raised it a bit more privately. Wait, is Rocky a fan of Hideki Kamiya, or is Hideki a fan of Fist of the North Star? No sense in worrying about it now, Sal. Only thing we can do now is just deal with it. Why did you post that? Oh well. No point in deleting it now. All we can do is live with it. God, Cowboy Bebop was so good. You know, despite naming my channel, maybe I should rename my channel. Because like, despite naming my channel after FLCL, I'm much more into Cowboy Bebop. It was like it was okay. You know how everyone has those like formative animes? You know that anime that like really formed your taste and opinions on things? Like that anime episode you'll always remember from back when you were a kid? For me, that was Cowboy Bebop. I remember watching it super fucking late one night, and it was like, I want to say like episode 7 or 8. That one with that whole virtual cult thing, you know, with the brainwashing. This might be one of those things where we deal with it by not dealing with it. Grimacing slightly, I looked at the sword we were all standing around, thinking about it was time we got back to getting this free. So if we don't have a tool to get this out, what should we do? Go and get one, maybe? Admittedly, I'm happy to just linger for the time being. I agree. But weapons. Getting the sword out will get us nowhere anyway. Sal could use it, Dean maybe, but it's not even sharp. Plus you don't bring an axe to a gunfight. What is a sword if not just a bigger knife? Actually, the fact that it is a much bigger knife gives it a significant advantage over knives. Y'all do not understand that, like, one of the main reasons for the longest time, one of the main reasons spears were like the most used weapon was simply because it's a good idea to murder someone from a distance that they cannot murder you. Same goes for guns, and it's one of the reasons they're the most used weapon right now, because it's incredibly good to murder someone from a distance where they cannot murder you. I didn't know Dick Rayman was on Adult Swim. So, we need guns. Lots of guns. Oh, what's the Guilty Gear North Star reference? We really don't. Besides, the bare minimum is going to do us fine. I don't think most of us have even fired a gun before. There is every chance that we'd be doing more damage to ourselves than those we might protect ourselves against. Okay, a lot of people overestimate how long swords really are. Like, yeah, if you're fighting in an enclosed space, maybe, yeah, a knife would do well, but like, if you're really, why are you fighting someone that close? Like, why are you fighting someone in an elevator? You're not fucking Masasa. You're not, that's a King and Ashura, okay, well, Omega, but whatever. Well, no, Misasa's an Ashura too, whatever. Has anyone in chat read King and Omega or Ashura, or one of the two? Don't even need a swinging sword. You can just thrust it forward. That's one of the best ways to use a sword. Oh yeah, I know what one you're talking about. The one with the fucking clown. I mean, the mansion is actually pretty big. If you can, like, generally, if like 2, maybe 3 people can stand in a hallway, it's usually big enough for you to swing a sword. Okay, but getting close to a guy with a sword is also not that big. That's one of the main reasons spacing is such an important part of fencing. Oh man, does anyone in chat read Jujutsu Kaisen? There's a Takaba is fighting Kenjaku. I hope he's 1,000 years of death, that old bastard. I don't think most of us have fired a gun before, but is it better to have one than not in this case? I'd say it's better to not be in a position where you need to weigh that up. Long past the chance for that. I'm afraid I agree, but a knife isn't going to do much better, huh? Not if you're going to wait for them to come to us. It's not like any one of us is planning on heading out to see them first, right? I'm not too sure about that, really. What makes you say that? The traitor. Orlando's father, mostly. Meaning, I can foresee a problematic situation where Orlando may try to bargain for our lives and get himself in trouble. Plus, doing so before they make it here would have given the largest buffer lest someone gets in the way.
No, your favorite anime is Seven Deadly Sins? I know people rag on it a lot on Twitter. Honestly, the more I use Twitter, the more I see people just kind of being like, hating stuff to hate stuff, which makes me want to use it less. Like, all that thrives there is inflammatory garbage. It's fucking annoying. Like, it's so, like, every so often it's just people, like, hating on something, and it's just like, okay, but did it actually, like, do anything wrong? Or are they just cringe? Like, one of the things is, like, I saw, like, people, like, were ragging on Nux Talk, and I was like, okay, it's just fucking cringe. Just cringed on funny. If that was a fucking crime, there'd be, like, half of YouTubers would be in jail.
You really think you think he'd really do that? Isn't he a bit of a wimp for that?
Hey, everyone's scared sometime, Tyson. Just depend on what and when.
And Memphis is absolutely the kind of person that will latch onto whatever it is to get you to cower.
What does Memphis fear?
That I do not know. Must be something pretty messed up.
Could be anything. Maybe he's afraid of rats for all we know. So then we just sick Thanatos at him?
Would we be so lucky that it's something that easy? I doubt it, though.
Maybe he doesn't like anime. Listen, he's evil already. Not liking anime is just a given. What? Isn't his family from, Japan? Isn't that racist? Being Japanese isn't racist, no. Not liking anime is,
Please don't say racist.
He probably likes anime.
It's just a good bet that people do, right? I think Haas has tainted your mind on how many people like anime versus those that don't.
Sal, even you like anime. Big, strong guy like you lifts weights and has a deep voice. Isn't what most people would imagine when liking anime.
Who do they imagine?
Haas. Mostly Haas. Pretty much. Lock Memphis in a rubber room full of rat. Why a rubber room? That is a very specific kind of room. To be fair, Uncle Ruckus is like one of the best characters in Boondocks. They're talking about fears because they're just, I don't know, discussing like how fear can motivate you. Isn't there a fucking sequel to Seven Deadly Sins or something with Lancelot? Yeah, CG is faster than doing 2D. It's also cheaper. It's one of the reasons companies like Disney switched to it. I believe Dave meant it another way.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's cringe. Very cringe. Rude.
He's right though.
Dude, you're almost as bad.
I'm not.
Sal, how bad is he?
I don't think I know for certain, but I know it's a slippery slope from what I've heard from Orlando.
Remind me to watch myself around Orlando more from now on. Either way, I don't think we can bank on Memphis fearing anime enough. That's it. Fearing enough that it's enough of a defense mechanism.
Which means we need something a bit more reliable. Yeah, well, unless you've got an arsenal somewhere you haven't told us about, we still have to find something.
By the rogue algorithm. Algorithm. Damn. I can speak. What's this about swippy swopes? I don't know. I'm sure we will. Worst case scenario, we can just grab a tool to get this sword free and achieve the bare minimum we set out to do. Who the fuck was Jericho?
Guessing you don't need me here for that. Was she like the fucking purple? Well, lavender-haired one? Do you know somewhere you need to be? I've already checked in with the others, so I figured that now is a good enough time to see if I can find Benson. Speaking of, I have the food situation under control for what it's worth. Did Jericho have the long black hair? The explodey powers one? He hasn't shown up yet? That's a surprise. I would have thought we've seen him by now, at least with how present he's been lately. Need me to relay a message, or... We'll be fine, I think. Though if we struggle, we'll call out. Okay, the purple hair one. She's being a big sis, you know. She's an adult. She's a responsible adult you need, to reference Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Benson? None of the others seem to have seen him so far. With him missing breakfast, it was too strange that he hadn't made himself known. My mind immediately went to the worst, fearing that he'd been an upsetting, unsuspecting victim while the rest of us had been distracted. The only thing stopping me from going into full-blown panic was what Thanatos had said earlier. He'd know for certain if Benson had been done in, and I assumed that he'd have said something. Taking a load off by sitting on the stairs, I looked around the foyer, wondering where I should be looking. For a brief moment, I wondered if I should head back to one of the other groups and help them rather than sit and do nothing. But that's when I heard it echoing to the foyer, the distinct sound of knocking coming from the front door. My first stood on end, and I wasn't sure how to think at first. Knocking could only mean one thing, but should I answer the front door? Bam, 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 bam. What do you think, chat? Will we answer the door? Will Dave nut up and answer doors? I stood up and took a couple of steps closer to the door. If it was Minson, he'd just walk in. Same with Oswin or any of the others. Who's there? The moment I spoke, I drew back, feeling like I shouldn't have asked. Open up. Need to talk about something. Open it. I almost jumped as Thanatos seemed to come out of nowhere, standing next to me. Then as usual, he scrambled up my leg and perched on my shoulder. Who is it? It's safe. Open it. Before I could question him about it, the knocking happened again. Though it was closer to slamming rather than anything polite. I could hear the others starting to approach the foyer, but with Thanatos swooping the back of my head with his tail, I opened the door. Oh my gosh! FBI, open up. Oh my gosh, it's the fucking bear from Password. Not Password, fucking... What is it? Echo, I forget his name. I was greeted by a meaty hand poised in front of my face, though it dropped limply after noticing the door had opened. Hello? You're not a Hammond. He looked down at me, the slightest tilt in his head, narrowing of his eyes, made me wonder what he was thinking, but before I could even try to stop him, he pushed his way inside. As he looked around the place, I looked at Thanatos, but there was nothing in how he reacted that implied something was wrong as much as a feeling in my gut told me I was in danger. Oh, fuck! What do you mean flashback to Path D? You were after a Hammond? Yeah, needed to talk to them about something. Go get one, will you? I believe I'll suffice for that. Benson, much like Thanatos, seemed to have popped up out of nowhere and seemed stiff in how he stood in the doorway of one of the side rooms. He made his way over, and once the larger bear had turned his attention away from me, I took a few steps back. You're not a Hammond either, but I remember you. May I ask what you're doing here? Come to talk. About? Wanted to cut a deal. The others all filled in at this point, 3 stopping midway down the stairs, the others in the doorway leading to the dining room. The bear looked at everyone in turn, seemingly lingering on Roswell before he noticed someone on the stairs. Hoss, that you? Dom? Well, ain't you a sight for sore eyes? How have you been? Been better. Hoss seemed to know him, and more importantly, was relaxed around him, but why? He's not really all that good at revitalizing your throat after speaking a lot, is it, chat? Honestly, to know him, as he stepped forward, I noticed a gun tucked into the back of his pants, and I looked once more to Thanatos, who shook his head. Benson seemed to notice too, but only tensed further. No shit. Before we get too distracted, Dominic, was it? Just Dom is fine. The foyer has hardly come to a place to be having a lengthy discussion. Shall we move to the dining room? Sure, that's fine.
Oh, Jack is totally a sub. What part of his personality didn't seem subby to you?
Wait! All eyes were on me, and I slowly raised my hand to point out the gun Dom had tucked away. Gun. What about it? May I ask why you came armed? Don't see what the big deal is, given you've got a piece on you right now. Surely there's a good reason to, given we've had an explosion, given we have a sudden, unexpected visitor while the road off the mountain is currently missing. Got me there. Alright. Well? Well what? You're not taking my gun. Why do you have one though? In case things get ugly. Lucky for you, I'm just here to talk. This time. Dom led the way to the dining room with Dean, Roswell, and Orlando backing off to let him pass. Pulled out a chair and dropped into it, stretching and leaning back while the rest of us tried to figure out what to do. You are after Hammond, yes? If you wait here, I shall go fetch the master of the house. Suits me fine. Benson shot Roswell a look and then the same at Haas before making to leave. I shall not be long. Bit uptight, isn't he? Hasn't changed much, has he, Haas? Yeah, well, things might have been rough lately. Guessing I know why. What would your guess be? Figure that's because of Jack. The name made me shudder briefly and then shake my head. Thanatos took this chance to drop down to the table and cocked his head towards the chair that I should fall into. Yeah, that's one thing. Although, why do you know that? Jack and I... He trailed off, and the room was quiet. I looked around, wondering if something was happening or if someone was going to interrupt, but it never happened. You and Jack? We're work buddies. Work buddies, right. What do you want me to say? Oh, you've said plenty. What I want to know is why my dad sent you to come talk. That's between me and the Hammond. Speaking of, here I am. Good to see you. Ozan grunted, not bothering to sit down, and just looked Dom over, raising his eyebrows. What do you want? Come here to cut a deal. About? The boss wants what you have and isn't fussed if he has to come in and take it. I told him he can't have it. And I'm telling you, he's going to come take it anyway. Your call. This is sounding less like a deal and more like a threat. It may as well be. You came armed and everything. Look, you want to stick around, then great. None of us mind getting our hands dirty, but if we don't, then we'd rather have the easier job. So the deal is that you're offering us is to stand back to keep our lives while he comes charging in and take whatever he wants. Pretty much. Hold on, how did you even convince him to come and talk? Without him just charging in? Easy enough. You all clearing out means we don't have to make the bodies disappear. Easier job. You can't be serious. You tell me. He's your dad. Orlando went to reply but cut himself off, eyes still wide and seemingly unable to refute anything just said. That's all we need to do? All we need to do? Just stay out the way? Tell Memphis that we decline the deal. What? No deal. But we just got handed an out. We can all survive if we just stay out of the way. Do you believe Memphis is one to keep his word? So you're just going to piss him off instead? I'd rather die standing than have him chase him down anyway once he's realized what he's after is something that doesn't exist. But you're dooming all of us by making that kind of decision. Let me see if I understand the situation completely. Perhaps I've made a mistake somewhere in my assumption. It's not that hard. You have a machine or something in the basement. The boss wants it. And he was told, and has he told you exactly what it is? Time machine. And if I told you it wasn't, you think that's going to matter to the boss? He's already decided what it is. So you understand that whatever I give him isn't going to be what he's after. He's going to go on a tirade regardless. So we're stuck. No matter what we do, he's going to come looking for something that doesn't exist, then hunt us down to make us give it to him, make us give him it, or kill us when we don't. My question was answered with resigned silence. My friends at a loss for words, Oswald staring at Dom, trying to figure something out, and Dom just sitting there, as if he just asked us what the weather was like. How long do we have? Until he comes knocking, presumably. Basically, yeah. Hours? Days? He was set on paying a visit tomorrow. If I came back with bad news, could maybe get you a day or two. But why? We're not hurting for food or shelter. Taking it easy for another day or two suits me fine if it means an easier job. But if it's going to end up in murder anyway, then what's the point? If we don't have to call in a favor to a buddy of ours to skew the trial for us, all the better. Made bank off the boss before, but that's nothing to keep him out of jail. And with that much capital waste, I doubt he'd even notice the cost. That too. Do you know why he wants a time machine? You ain't telling me it really is a time machine now. It is not a time machine. Osmond shot me a sour look before turning back to Dom. I, however, am also curious as to what specifically he wants with what's downstairs. While I'm not a time machine, I'm curious to know what he wants it for. Hasn't said much, just that it has some correcting to do. Correcting? Getting rid of the old man, properly for starters. But can't he just, Oswald made a pistol gesture with his hand, pretending to shoot Orlando. Guess not. I'm at a loss for what that small-minded dragon is thinking then, but I'll have no part in it. What about the deal, though? Dave, there's no deal struck that isn't just a ploy to delay the inevitable. Smoochies. Oh, man. Dave wouldn't smooch anyone. Well, he'd smooch Tyson, but we have to focus on not dying for the next day or two. Could sweeten it if you like. What do you have in mind? Can tell you how we got onto the mountain if you want. Give you a head start while the boss makes a go at the thing downstairs. We can go home? Don't care where you go. All I'm saying is, I'll tell you how we got here. Not exactly Not exactly a good deal if you're just going to say the main road, given it's likely you also blew it up. Jack did the explosion, but we came up another way. And this other way is still usable. If you can get there, sure. I swapped a look with Oswin. Silently, I pleaded with him, but I couldn't tell where his mind was at. What I did catch was him looking to Roswell, then back to me, before turning back to Dom. Counteroffer. Oh yeah? Memphis can't get the machine working without me, with it being a time machine or not. So an exchange is what I'll offer at the very least in good faith. What are you thinking? You for someone else? How is this even a good idea? You're going to go and we're going to end up with one of them here? No, me plus one other shall go. What are you playing at? I shall go as collateral. In addition, one of the others will come along so they can be shown what this other method off the mountain is. They'll be free to come back and relay that information, obviously. Benson made to retort, Osmond put a hand up quickly, indicating that he should hold off. Those are my terms. Oh, go get your dinner. I'm also kind of hungry myself. You still have 2 more pot stickers. Bigger, badder, redder. I feel like I can make a joke about that, but I can't think of one. Don't think the boss is going to like that. But who's going to go? Assuming Memphis is fine with this arrangement, shall be you and me. The reason why should be more than obvious. Looked at him worried. I knew that what he was talking about. I didn't think the promise I made only a day ago would be cashed in already. What? Well, does anyone remember what the promise was? Because I don't. It's been a while. The deal, then the... I already told you, the boss ain't gonna like that. Then the deal is off. Either we play by my terms or not at all, and I know what that means for us once you finish telling Memphis that. I was floored. Everyone in the room seemed to be with the exception of Benson, who was fuming. Dominic, who seemed to be thinking it over, and Roswell, who just seemed worried. Best I can do is see if we'll play nice with that arrangement. Oh, okay. That's kind of fucked. In case he dies, it's... Oh, no. Should he be agreeable to those terms, by all means, come pay us another visit. He shook his head, gesturing to Benson as he made to leave. Feel free to stay as long as you like. If you were here to kill us, you'd have done so already. He made another gesture to Thanatos, but gave up when he seen the rat was going to stay right where he was. I was reading chat and then I went to go to the fucking visual novel and I was about to say something dumb. I watched as Roswell took his leave as well, heading into the kitchen deep in thought. The rest of us swapped looks, not knowing what to do next. What? Well, it's not as if we really know what to be thinking, right? How did this even happen? Were you always part of the mob? Is this a new thing? Pretty new. It was actually a gig we had when this... It probably was actually that gig we had which started this up. What? Hold on, what gig? The show that was filmed here or whatever it was? Gee, thanks for paying attention to the start of my acting career, buddy. What do you mean by started up? Was it like a recruitment? Don't think it started that way, but the boss knows what he likes in a man. Careful how you phrase that. If you were a bit bigger built, Hoss, chances are you'd have been recruited too. Yeah, I'll pass, thanks. Was that filming even legitimate, or was it just for Dad to scope out new members for the family? Can't tell you. Can't or won't? Can't. I don't know. Took a shouting to my buddy Jack, though, and brought him along. How did I miss this happening? How did I not know that Dad has brought you and Jack in on things? If I did, maybe I could have just... maybe... Because he thinks you're a piece of shit, really. Dude, not cool. He asked. But still, Orlando is his son, right? Outside of money and violence, I don't think I've seen the boss crack a smile over anything else. Gets real mad when you bring up his son, though. Because he's the heir. Old Tennessee still kicking doesn't do him any favors either. By context, that'd be... Grandpa. Tennessee, Memphis, Orlando. Do they name their kids after states? Or cities? Fuck. God, there's gonna be fucking... Oh yeah, then Orlando was gonna introduce his cousin, Hawaii, and his little sister, Idaho. The boss can't do much about who's next in line with the old man still about, but once he's gone, well... He wouldn't kill Grandpa, would he? I caught sight of Roswell entering the room again, looking dejected. Even with the snacks under his arms, I tuned out what the others were talking about to watch Roswell wander up to where we were all stationed and threw a bag of marshmallows on the table. Oh hey, thanks little man. Roswell gave him a brief scowl before sitting down in a chair himself, burying his face in his hands without touching the snacks each turned about this part of the table. Found myself sitting down nearby, wondering why I felt so off. It was likely everything... Oops. I did just name 2 states and not cities, like I said, did I? I'm just now realizing that. Ah, Orlando, son of Florida. I see. I found the worst part of it was that Dom seemed completely fine with how rattled everyone still standing was. Hey Hoss, remember how food was on set? He said nothing and just watched as Dom reached out to the bag of marshmallows, tearing it open and shoving a few into his mouth. So you really worked for Dad? Sure do. But why? Why not? Pays alright, easy jobs every now and again. But it's against the law? And? What do you mean, and? Last I checked, you were part of his family too, even if the boss doesn't like it. You're willing to admit that I exist, at least. But you working for Memphis, just where do we go from here? What do you mean? If this deal doesn't go down well, then that can only mean one thing. You mean me returning with my buddy Jack and shooting up the place? I withdrew into myself a little as Orlando and Haas looked at one another mortified. No one said anything, and the silence went on long enough that Dom assumed he was correct. If it comes to it, I have no problems putting a bullet through that pretty face of yours, Haas. That's just what's in the job description. He shrugged lazily, standing up. If I wanted to do it now, I could. I just don't want to. So what happens now? We can't let him leave after that, can we? Knowing he'll just be back to try shooting us. You think you can stop me leaving? We outnumber you. And what's that gonna do when I don't touch base with the boss? Dom turned to me, his toothy smile not fading a bit. I reckon a certain friend of mine might come looking for his friend. I could feel my skin crawl under my fur, barely watching as Dom made his way from where he was sitting to stand behind me. His heavy hand dropped on my shoulder as he leaned in, speaking quietly.
Pork chops, rice, and sliced buttered potatoes. Potatoes. Butter 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Throw some beef in there, call it a nice beef stew. There should be more greens in your beef stew. I'm really getting off topic.
Jack's been wanting to see you again too. Almost brought him along, but I feel it'd be better to hold off so we didn't have any accidents. I was quaking, looking to Thanatos for any indication as to what we should be doing. Instead, he seemed intent on just lounging back on one of the oversized marshmallows as if it were a beanbag. So, we're just gonna let him walk. We don't have a choice, do we? Why so angry? I went out of my way to offer you guys an alternative. Yeah, some alternative. Something felt very wrong about what was happening. Thanatos' smile seemed to hint at it too, but did that mean I had to step in here, or just let things play out? Anyway, no point in sticking around here. Probably about time I headed back. He didn't bother waiting for us to say anything to him, instead, just turning to leave. Is this really okay? Do we have no other option? We have to run, don't we? Make our escape somehow. And how do you imagine we do that, genius? Tyson was right. Even if we attempted to climb our way off the mountain, well, with what remained of the road, not all of us could make that. It wasn't an option that if we all wanted to escape. I noticed Thanatos making go for my arm and stood up as he climbed up my sleeve. He gestured with his head to the foyer, and I went to go have a look. I could see Dom still standing outside, seemingly taking time to stretch just beyond the threshold of the back door. Wait. He turned to look at me, and I looked at Thanatos for guidance. Not that he seemed to be paying me any mind, looking instead right to the very opposite of us. You're leaving already? No point in sticking around here, is there? You dropped a lot on us suddenly. Why are you offering us a deal, really? Why do any of this? Thought it was pretty clear with that. I just want an easier job. And going through the effort of making a deal with us, rather than just showing up with guns is easier. Are you expecting me to come out and say I don't want to kill anyone? That I'm in some unfortunate position and I'm taking pity on you lot for being in the wrong place at the wrong time? He cocked a smile and I took a step back. I like my job. It gets messy sometimes, and if I don't have to get messy, but still get paid, all the better. Not that I mind messy, mind you. You must be crazy. I don't understand. Trust me, I know crazy, and Jack has me beat. It's true, Jack is a lot more unpredictable than you are. The rat talks. He's special. You're going to go back to Memphis now, right? The rat is actually talking. How is the rat talking? He's special. I don't know how else to explain it. I want to know what you're planning on telling him about your visit. Going to tell him exactly what happened. Offered a deal, you need to think about it. Not good enough. Why is that not good enough? Memphis isn't going to take that. He'll get bored and show up tomorrow anyway. Probably. Which is why we're not thinking about it. Benson, we're going to take your deal, but we need some days to be ready for what will happen. How many? 2. Stay out of this. Why 2 days? Trust me, we need 2. So in 2 days, I'll be coming to grab the 2 pigs. It would appear so, though I have no idea why the rat presumes he can speak for us. But you need to make one thing clear to your boss, that the extra time given to us isn't going to change anything, make us sound pathetic. Dom didn't trust him based on how his eyes narrowed. That's all. Strange rat. Yeah. I see Benson wondering if he should speak up, him meeting my eye briefly, but missing his opportunity. Alright, 2 days. Then he just left, turning around and wandering away into the trees and out of sight. For a few moments, I just stood there, staring at the spot he disappeared before finding myself lightheaded, and I fell to my knees. Oi, watch it. Gosh. Oh man, it's sad piano. Gosh, this is so stressful. What do you think of that interaction, chat? What do you think of Dom? You know, aside from just the simping. Also, yeah. I'm surprised they're not putting Orlando... Oh, right, he's not very much of a fighter. But I'm surprised they're not using Orlando more. He's like, dude, you breathe fire. You're like the most dangerous person here. Did that really just happen? We have 2 days. Only 2. All things considered, that could have gone worse. How much worse? A few casualties. I wasn't kidding when I said he was a variable. I've had this exact conversation a few times, and sometimes he's killed a couple of you to make a point. Oh. What happens now? You have 2 days to figure that out. I could hear the sigh Benson made and knew exactly who was directing it to. Do you know what we should do, Thanatos? No, legitimately, things are still up in the air. I will need to consider my next move carefully, otherwise this go-around is a waste. 2 days. Indeed, Oswald will want to know that we... Soft Bean. Dean? Yeah. The Dom, fuck. I know names. Yeah. I still want to see Dom and Jack interact, because it just seems like it'd be funny. Dom is so practical, while Jack is completely fucking nutters. Indeed, Oswald still wants to... Oswald will want to know that we've been afforded some extra time. Yeah. I have a question for you, Benson. What? Did you know I have your key? Benson's eyes went wide briefly, and a hand went to his pocket, but his eyes narrowed once more, relaxing. You lied. You caught me. Oh well, but good to know you have it on you. God damn, he's like this close to just fucking shooting Thanatos. I can tell it. He's like, God, you're fuck. Ugh. He does. You've got a point, Solar Knight. You've got a point. Dom was likely the one. Oh, okay. Think at least someone in chat can use a brain, because I sure as fuck can't. Sam and Max, murder a bunch of kids. Sam and Max, investigate a mansion. Hey Max, you sure this weird dragon guy isn't all nice? Fucking, oh my god. What I want to say to Sam and Max story, which is like they're working for the bad guy, but they're just like, hey, is you sure he's evil? I mean, probably not. Benson took a step back, eyeing Thanatos and then me carefully. I don't want it. I'd ask if I wanted it. It's not you I'm worried about. Oh, I don't need it right now anyway. If I really wanted it, I'll just come grab it later. Benson took his leave, presumably to go report to Oswin, leaving me alone with the rat. Well, now I'm sure you have questions. Not really. Not even a little. Okay, so I do have a couple. Fire away. Why did you lie to Benson? About the key, so I could find out where it was. You didn't already know? I had a hunch, but again, it comes down to random variance. Me asking achieves something else. And that something else is... He knows what I'm capable of. Now he'll be on guard for the rest of this cycle. Which is good. Bad, actually. The look I gave him was a mixture of confusion and disgust, but he laughed it off. It's for me to work with, don't worry. I'm going to worry more if you tell me not to. You have more important things to concern yourself over. The rat, derogatory. The gay person, derogatory. Oh my god. Okay, you know how GT Goku was referred to as the rat in Dragon Ball FighterZ? Now I'm just imagining just GT Goku. Just instead of him just being the rat, it's just GT Goku. Like, oh yeah, that's Thanatos. Why the fuck does he look like GT Goku? I don't know. I'm kind of a weeb. That'd be funny. Right. 2 days. Right. 2 days until Oswin and Roswell get taken by Dom to who knows where. Are you going to let that happen? Should I? That I shall leave up to you. You have 2 days to prepare for the worst, but for now, it's best you go check with the others. What did you do? Nothing. Sal and Haas are just looking for you. Here you are. The moment the back door opened, Thanatos made a break for it and scurried inside. So fucking just charges through his stomach and then hits him with a Kamehameha. Yeah. Oh my god, imagine. Okay, if you watch Life Hero, you know that rap mod Life Hero uses for the fucking GT Goku? Imagine that, but with a Thanatos skin. Imagine Thanatos going Super Saiyan 4. Hitting someone with a dragon fist. Oh, but instead of like fucking Golden Shinron, it's Orlando. Oh my god. If I could draw, I would draw that, chat. I would draw that, chat. Super Saiyan 4 Thanatos doing Dragon Fist, but it's just Orlando. That'd be fucking amazing. The moment the back door opened, Thanatos made a break for it and scurried inside. Were we meant to stop him? No, it's fine, I guess. What happened? What happened? Dom just left, but we have our deal set for now. Yeah, I can't draw for shit. I am learning pixel art though. I did work on a first animation. It's just like a basic smiley face, person smiling, well, not even person, just a smiley face, a yellow smiley face. Dom just left, but we have our deal set for now. We do, but that will mean Roswell and Oswin. We're not going to just let them walk out of here, are we? I stood up and dusted myself off. Where are the others? In chat, I'm about to fucking eat a hot sticker. It's going to sound crunchy. Swear to God, if I hear any of you say the words ASMR, I'm going to lose it. Still reeling, but inside. It's probably best if we touch base as a group and, well, see how everyone is. That is even worse. That is even worse, the good old days. That is even worse. Where the fuck is Nikado Avocado? He filed into the foyer where everyone was lingering around. Everyone was so dazed, it seemed like. Not that I could blame them. I'm sorry, everyone. I never thought that. You didn't send them, did you? No, of course not. Then stop. This isn't your fault. What's up, Law? No mukbang. No mukbang. We don't do ASMR. We don't do mukbang. If you want ASMR, then go check out Life Wonder's YouTube page. They did ASMR for a few of the characters. I think it was fucking Gang Lee and Maria. I know those two, but I think it was like 2 others. And stop. This isn't your fault. Guys, Dom just left. Kinda. Yeah, we watched him leave. Barrel. Yeah. Hello, Paradonna. But yeah. Life Hunters made some ASMR. Some sleep ASMR. Hang on. Looking it up. Why is Barrel so damn popular? Life Wonders ASMR. What does ASMR stand for? Mokdai, Beryl, Gangli, Maria, Gunzo, and Akashi. That's fucking disgusting. Hang on, I'm fucking posting this to Twitter and Tumblr. YouTube can do this for ads. Channels for no reason. Hang on, I have to tweet this. This is just like any good YouTuber. I hate YouTube, so. What the fuck was the name of that one girl from Fate Stay Night, the red shirt, Rin, I think? Autonomous Sensor Meridian Response. What's up? I don't know, Japanese with voice start getting for English voice. I think the ASMR might actually be have subtitles. Rin, but what's her last name? Tosaka, thank you. Hang on. So y'all can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to drop my fucking Tumblr. Make a Tumblr and follow me there. It's like the best. It's actually the best place to reach out to me. Like, unironically. That's not all. Thanatos gave us a couple more days before we'll be back. Good job, Thanatos. I will burn my bread and make Thanatos. There. That's my Tumblr. Just check out what ad I just saw on YouTube because fucking they're nothing but a bunch of fucking hypocrites. If you're doing this flushes, I'd be super interested as a Garmer answer. Asmer. What's up? Oh, Jose, check out that fucking link from my most recent post. YouTube's a bunch of fucking hypocrites and I hate them. When did you leave? Because I can give you a recap. Yeah, that is true. It is a bit contradictory. Yeah, but they're not. It's not. It's like a combination of literally every bad thing. It's not just Osaka feed. It's copyright infringement and it's AI on YouTube of all places. Like, come the fuck on. They have stricter rules for their YouTubers than they do for their fucking ads. No, not yet. That's not all. Thanatos gave us a couple more days, but before we'll be back. Oh, right. I'm still fucking tagged onto the user. Whoopsies. Until Dad arrives. No, Tom will be back. After that, I don't know. So when you say a couple days, do we really have 2? Yeah, 2 days until whatever happens next. Where's Benson now? Going to talk to Oswin about how the next couple of days are going to go. Now that the deal has been made. We have a couple of days before he and Roswell leave. Fate say 9 grand order, fate order, here goes some sound effects. Hopefully. Lenient? Lenient means like slack or forgiving. Usually if someone's misgivings or something. Oh yeah, I also didn't get the other image, and it's just like Ren Tosaka. It was the other AI image was Ren Tosaka wearing like a fucking weird dress. That was like the third image on that AI ad bullshit. Fate's the Night Grand Order has a lot of eargum sound effects. Oh, I read that. Enuma Elmish Gil. You know, I hear people are disliking Fate's Night, or at least on the fucking Gacha subreddit, but I don't know. Well, subreddits are very good for being like niche topics, and like specifically like you get a bunch of people who know a lot about like these specific niche topics. They it might have been more of a blouse, honestly. But niche topics, it also means that sometimes usually dumb ideas can just really stick themselves in there, you know? Like the same way people would take that Goku Bad Dad too seriously, you know? It's like that. Or until the whole mob shows up. Please tell me you have some good news about the weapon situation. The sword we couldn't get free without a wrench or something. I thought I made that clear, but we still have the option for guns. Not great for Haas, but all we need is Benson to tell us where they're kept and we're good. Have you even fired a gun before? Have you? Weapons are only one problem. Food is the other. How bad is the food situation anyway? For the short term, we have enough. Not enough for 3 square meals given the amount of people we have, but we've hardly been doing that anyway. I noticed you said short term. Sadly, yes. After we ran the numbers, we can safely have food at our normal rate of consumption for another week or so. Longer if we start rationing immediately. And after that, we have foraging as an option, assuming we're able. I don't think it'll come to that. Probably, anyway. After all, 2 days until we might be escaping anyway. Oh, does he? I didn't assume that. I just kind of assumed that he just wasn't he's just not really comfortable with all the violence. He's a bit more like Orlando than Tyson or even Dom. Bad, they're advertising that Timeman. What's Timeman? Timeman? What? And assuming we don't get duped, Dom isn't so bad, or wasn't all that bad, or, well, it's hard to say exactly how good he is, but compared to Jack, he's a saint. And then there's Memphis. Without having met Jack, it's hard to know how he compares to Dad, but Dad's horrible. That I can agree with. How bad are we talking? Considering Jack chased you through the forest and waited until you were almost back before making his move, we have a potential baseline. And here's thinking that he was originally going to be arriving tomorrow. Speaking of, what's the plan? Are we staying or leaving? Maybe. Maybe I missed something. Speaking of, what do you mean? Well, they're the mob, right? If they show up tomorrow with guns, what are we doing? We're assuming they won't keep their word? Or Thanatos is lying. You'd rather take that chance? I sure as hell don't want to risk it. You know, they say Saber is a class, but how often is it just fucking, Artoria? It's like, we say it's a class, but it's really like 3 people, and half of it is Artoria, and people related to Artoria. Roswell? I feel like I know what you're going to ask. In 2 days, you and Oswin are... It's for this reason I made you a promise. I made you a promise knowing that the worst could happen, and now it has. It is better that I be put in danger so that the rest of you have a better chance of living. No, Hoss doesn't have guns. He just might be trauma. He might have gun-related trauma. The seventh servant is the wielder of Excalibur. So, fucking Artoria? Shouldn't that just be Artoria? And here I was thinking, different people have different fucking noble phantasms. Phantasms? I think that's the word. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. It's hardly the ideal situation, is it? A better question is if you're going to be able to go there and back to let us know what the escape route is. Assuming there is one. There was something unsettling about how he smiled when he said that, but I shook my head. There has to be. They got onto the mountain somehow, and there has to be a way for them to leave without the road getting fixed, right? Otherwise... well, there's a noble phantasm. Fucking, what is it? Medieval cuckoldry. He activates it and he just gets to bone whoever you love the most. Even if it's someone who's hasn't been summoned into like fucking the Grail War, he just gets to bone them. Deal with it. The dude with the lame... Okay. I misread that because of the fucking heart that's in the way, but it said, the dude with the lame almond killed him, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? But no, it's Lance, and I'm assuming that's almost. Well, shit. Some vacation, huh? Razzo's comment hung heavy in the air. Even just scanning around the room, I could tell we were at a loss for what to do. With so much of the day left, how best could we use the time? I should go talk to Oswin about this, right? Silence. Start to wonder if I'd even been heard. Probably a good idea, if nothing else. It is worth seeing what he thinks of this. I turned and headed to the basement, figuring the best place to look would be in Oswin's lab. After all, that's where he was most of the time I wanted to see him. Yeah. Honestly, I love the bit in Fate Stay Night at Bridge where he's just like, really? You're running? Well, yeah, my master gave me orders that if someone managed to dodge an undodgeable spear, that it's probably best to leave them alone. So, yeah, I'm leaving. Heracles, or Gleek, or fucking Heracles. Sliding the door open, I was greeted to the familiar green glow of his lab. There he was, sitting at his desk. When someone says Hercules, the mythology guy says, his name is Heracles, and shoots a Kamehameha. Good for him. Berserkar. Yeah, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Is it just our accent, or Oswin? Didn't look up, continuing to type away at his computer, all the way up until I closed the door behind me. I was wondering when you'd come by, Dave. Oswin, what happened today? Did you know what was going to happen? Why would you volunteer yourself? Why would you volunteer Roswell so readily? I stepped forward up to the desk, and he just swiveled around to look at me. Which question did you want me to answer first? Any, not every day you get to talk to someone like that. Not every day you find out you're about to make what sounds like a hostage exchange either. Both suck. Both aren't that hot. Let's be real here. mythology guy. I should probably watch his videos or something. Sounds like it'd be fun. Give him up as a better heir than Orlando. That'd be funny. And what happens when Roswell dies in like a day? He grunted, looking me over. Do you feel I handled that poorly? I don't know. I've never had to negotiate like that before. I had a feeling this might happen, and I took the path that seemed to benefit us the best. By sacrificing yourself? Make no mistake, I've been alone in a room with Memphis before. Chances are, of everyone present, I'm most likely to survive a close encounter with him. Plus, the vault offers me some level of protection from the other two, at the very least. Honestly, I don't even really like Hercules, the movie. I don't really even like it that much. It was very mid to be honest. And Roswell was just because of how long he's got left? In part, Roswell is deceptively slippery, so should the need arise, he may have the best chance of slipping away. Granted, slipping away in the mortal sense is also in the cards, and he offers the least to lose should that happen. Herculade. It was not really good. It was mid. And you're fine with that? Doesn't matter. You hardly have any other options. He stood slowly, wandering over to a shelf and starting to look over as if searching for something. As for your other question, only what you knew. There was going to be that we were going to have a visitor. Thanatos was fairly quiet about the specifics. And you stopped Benson from firing his gun. Yes, relatively easy thing to accomplish, all things considered. I ask, he obeys. Because he's loyal to you. You could call it love. But what if it was Jack, or Memphis? If it was a gamble I was willing to take. I hardly had any say in the matter. Anyway, Dominic would have shown up regardless. And in hindsight, listening to the rat paid off. There's no sense in worrying about the alternative. Wari Maida ripped off his eyes and throws them in the sky, and 7 sisters appear. That sounds very mythology. And in 2 days, you're just going to go? In 2 days, I will take Roswell with me, and we shall go meet with Memphis. Ideally, Roswell will come back to deliver news as to what the escape route is, and I shall remain there to ensure Memphis doesn't hunt you all down. Would Memphis kill me? It's possible. And you're just okay with that? More than okay. He retrieved something from between the 2 books and looked at it. The briefest of smiles crossing his face. Shut up, phone! What is that? What is that? Just a photo. He placed it in an envelope and sealed it, placing it into one of his pockets. A photo of who? For who? Even given... For who? Even given you just sealed it up. I've been very distracted, chat. I'm now playing Dislight. I have to do just some benign bullshit, you know? Bunyan? Like Babe Bunyan? Or... It's another gamble. I feel like I'm on a winning streak at the moment. Sounds like you've been hanging around with Roswell too much. Maybe I have. That boy sure does like his risky gambits, I will admit. So what's your plan for the next couple of days? If you're just going to go willingly, then I don't know. Now that's a question, I have no clue. I have no clue. Fucking damn it, I'm bad at reading. Not at all? Getting you off the mountain is my primary concern. Choosing to harm myself and alike doesn't get me more insurance that you'll make it out alive.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it happened with Zeus and Athena. Thigh baby. That's why Athena's thighs are so good. Changa. I'm mispronouncing that one too.
I'm worried that I'm being too hopeful underneath all the nerves, worried that this is all just some big trap.
Oh, fuck, I thought that was awesome. God damn it.
To be expected. Do you have any more questions?
Not really, but I don't know. Have you heard about, like, seeing things in the vault? As if you didn't need to use a password, or having Thanatos do his thing to knock you out? I only asked half-heartedly, but I could see how he immediately tensed up.
What?
What?
Has this been happening to you?
I'm not sure. He moved quickly, ushering me into a chair and ducking into the side room. He's only gone for a few seconds before he dropped down in the other chair and started examining my eyes.
Am I sick? I don't know yet. I'd rather not take this chance.
Take the chance? This seems a little overboard, don't you think?
Being able to use the vault without actually using the vault is something that Florencia and I had theorized could happen.
What does it mean?
It means that either the experiment is going very well or horribly wrong, and there's no way to tell.
Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good. How horribly wrong? What the fuck does that mean? Could I die? Meaning, oh wow. I'm not going to die, am I?
No, Dave, you're not going to die.
He sat back, setting aside the few things he used to examine me with, and breathed through his nose.
Morphic resonance, in theory anyway, just recalling of survival instinct, remember?
Right, from a past life with a vault or whatever. Hang on, Chad, give me a second. Perhaps a fate worse than death. Going to Brazil. I was about to make a British joke, but you know what? I got you, Choron. I got you, Choron. I got you. We're on spot number 4, because 4 equals death. Shifter. South American? Oh, South America? I could have sworn Brazil was in Central America, but I'm not very good with geography.
Very good. Now let's say that you are able to do this at will, rather than when you are in danger, or the receptors in your brain that fire off stress, or the receptors in your brain that fire off stress went off.
Going back to point it out, undoes the avoidance. Shit, you got a point. South America is a continent, and indeed it is. Not disputing that. That sounds like a thing. That sounds like a thing that if I said that was a... That sounds like a thing that if I said what the thing was, you'd get annoyed at me.
You're right. It does sound like that, and I assure you that it can't happen. It's not how it happens. It's not meant to be how it happens.
But...
Are you positive what you experienced were visions and memories and not just hallucinations?
I don't know yet. Thanatos seemed to think what I experienced wasn't nearly traumatic enough, so it doesn't line up.
In a way, I'm relieved, if curious.
About? All I can say that it was the strangest dream I've had in a while.
Strange in what way? Strange in the way that it felt like I wasn't controlling my own body, but I was there looking out through the same set of eyes. Understand that there isn't any available resource we can pull from to figure this out. The idea that your survival instinct transcends time and space is already considered pseudoscience.
Yeah. I remember reading somewhere that one of the ways you like denotate like stuff made like furries and stuff made like by like furry stuff made by like non-furry, like a difference between like a furry thing and just like an anthro thing is that in the furry thing it'll just be treated as normal. Them being animals is not like some like super weird or odd thing. And it's just like they could be humans and it wouldn't change the story all that much, but they're just animals because the author fucking felt like it, you know? Does that make sense? Did I explain that well?
Seems like science enough to me, given it's worked so far. Indeed. They sat like that for a little bit before Oswald started to fidget. What is it? Nerves, mostly. Don't worry about it. That's literally the line people say that causes more worry to happen. I've been resolved that my life has been in a constant flux between if I'm actually alive or dead for a while. Or at least ever since things fell apart. You seem pretty alive to me. Living and being alive aren't the same. A big part of me gave up the day Reginald died. I thought it would have been the day the medical trial went wrong. It was the same day.
Oh, wow, that's a fucked day. That is a fucked day.
A coup de grace after watching so many die by my hand. Failing to find an answer to Reginald's condition in time was fitting enough punishment, I feel. That really wasn't a great day for you, was it? So many things went wrong that day. Masterpiece of a vaccine failed, Reginald died, Florencia? Oswald's face scrunched up briefly. It was hard to tell if he was upset or tired, but his tone shifted to be softer, in a sense. It was an eventful day for my family. What happened to Florencia? Outside of losing her brother, along with seeing me crumple, she came out relatively unscathed. Though... Come on, you can't keep trailing off like that. Let me gather my thoughts, boy. I do wonder how she's faring now, if she knows what's going on here or not. I'd say you call and check, but we'd still be, well, we're still under the jammer, right?
Very, like, the most eventful day. Maybe in condensated stretcher, the magical pseudo-fin, well, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Only that snail wasn't in the middle of the road. What do you mean? Is that a reference to something?
3 weeks ago she was here. As luck would have it. You missed her, you just missed her when you lot arrived on the bus. And she just left. Presumably. I don't think she'll be around after Thanatos seemed to imply as much. Why is it that every time his name comes up, I'm wondering whether or not we can't trust him? Trust that you can trust him. At least that'll work out safer than believing everything he says. Don't think completely trusting him is a good idea. Of course not. He knows things that no person should have right to know. To that end, it's hard to really know how far to trust him. We're just playthings, after all.
This is like one of those things where people that thought experiment, like, would you like accept $1 bajillion, but you had to run from a snail that instantly kills you?
I just don't like the sound of being just a plaything. Lucky for you, he seems to have taken a liking to you, or perhaps you're also just his convenient current favorite toy. Sometimes I wish he'd leave me alone. Other times, I'm thankful that he's at least given me something to keep my friends alive. Could always stop if you want. I don't know how long he'd been there, but he stepped out from the shadow on top of the desk. What have you two been talking about? Nothing important anyway. What do you want, Thanatos? I'm bored. Did you want to play a game? Go entertain him, will you, Dave? I should focus on getting this done. Whatever that is, anyway? Don't bother brushing him off. I'll just tell him if you don't. Fine, it's my will. Making a few adjustments is all. As in, when you die, that sort. That sort, yes.
If
If you don't mind me asking, if you do die, what should we do? Survive. Everything I own, everything that I was, I'm leaving to one person anyway. There's no need to concern yourself over anything else. If I have my way, it's a clean transfer. Who do you think is getting the stuff? Is it me? It's not you. You need not worry yourself over it. Benson shall be the one to ensure that everything needs to happen. Everything that needs to happen does. Oh, if Benson dies too, Florencia will. No? That's correct. Come on, Junior. He's not going to be any more use to you. Besides, like I said, I'm bored. Yeah, didn't Orlando see Dave die? So we know he's not immortal. He just got psychic powers. Yeah. Oh, we left Oswald. I thought there was going to be a fade in, but fade in and fade out, but I guess not. Left Oswald to his work, and Thanatos guided me through the passage until we came out the other side. If it's a reference to something in Password, then no, don't say it. But if it's not, then fucking go ahead. I didn't read that. I don't know what sort of game Thanatos perhaps wanted to play, but something told me I wasn't going to like it. The basement was cold, and we stopped in the middle of the room with the lights off. So, I've been thinking a bit about something you said this morning about the thing you remembered. I thought you said it was a dream. That's the thing, isn't it? It has to be. So, let me ask you a question. You've been feeling alright after I put you under last time. Last time? Like what you did yesterday in the lab. Right. I guess so? No head hurting or seeing things? No? Should I be? You tell me. Thanatos climbed down from my shoulder and wandered over to his room, and I followed behind. Why are we in here? I wanted to check something. I watched as he wandered over to the input panel, looking up to it. His attention went to the door next. The whole time he stayed quiet. Bam bam bam. What are you checking? I've been left wondering how different dreams and memories are from one another. How different dreams and memories are from one another once again. Once again? We've had this conversation before, but let me catch you back up. When I look through my memories, it's like seeing everything on a single line. A lot of big gaps where I'm offline. Okay, are the gaps always the same, or? Always start at the same time. No, always start the same, but things have been widely different after I've made it known I remember. I remember my master. I remember watching him die. I remember what he asked of me, and when he gave me my name. I remember how I was back then compared to how I am now. He turned to face me, shaking his head. That begs a question. Who is Thanatos' master? He says he, so it's likely a dude. There hasn't even been any woman in this story yet, so, Sonic Attack! Haha! Imagine learning your son being gay, being so dramatic that Thanatos can fucking send you back to relive it. She's like, I had a vision my son was gay. Oh man, imagine that. Imagine that's how you come out to your dad. Just sick Thanatos on him. Whoa, rat be upon ye. He turned. He turned to face me, shaking his head. But there are gaps, noticeable gaps where there shouldn't be. God, my throat is killing me. But there are other times where the pattern breaks and I end up awaken somewhere else long after the vacation has ended. I don't think I get it. When the pattern breaks, how do I know I'm not looking at a memory but instead a dream? Do you sleep? You're a robot, so I'd assume you need to recharge at some point. It's not the same as sleeping, but it may as well be, and so I'm forced to once again consider what these things are. Are they dreams or memories? Well, if they're memories, they'd be traumatic, right? That's what you said this morning. Oi, I'm serious. So am I. Do the same rules apply to you or not? That's a good point. Yeah, Memphis does seem to think Orlando can get fucked, to put it kindly. Of course they don't. I'm a vault itself, not someone coded into it. I gestured at him, confused. So how do you not know if something's a dream? You seem to just know everything, so why is this tripping you up? Besides, if we've already had this conversation before, why are you wasting my time with it now? It's not a waste. I'm legitimately confused. You're a robot, whose memories seem to show signs of tampering, not this time, but in previous loops. Ugh. Orlando gives an egg and then he can F whoever? What? Oh, I get. Okay. It took me a second to figure that out. Well, don't look at me. I don't know how that could happen. There's one thing that it could be, but the only one that knows who would know is my master. And that is if he asked me to delete parts of my memory for him. And you just do that, of course. From the looks of things, he's only wanted small sections removed, but I don't know why. Then ask him? Maybe he just spits them out like King Piccolo or Yoshi, just It's not that easy. Talking with him lately has been difficult. With you lot all around, finding the time to slip away and have a bit of a chat is hard. I'm guessing because you don't want us following. Pretty much. I sighed. My head was hurting, not from anything he'd done to me. I was just stressed from things earlier and confused about what he was getting at. That's what I told myself anyway. Which leads us back to this check I want to do. Which is... get comfortable. Damn it! I couldn't get the words out of my mouth before a sound assaulted my ears. A high enough pitch that I felt myself black out. Felt myself lose consciousness long before I hit the floor, and eternally I wondered how hard I'd oh no. At least let him lay down before he hits his head or something. You'd really think Osmond would put out like a mat in front of the fucking door or something. Well, I think Memphis is already in charge. My thought was that like Grandpa wants the rules to be followed and the mob to be handed down to Orlando. Memphis doesn't want that because Orlando should not be a mob boss. So it's just a whole thing where it's just like either follow the rules or wait for Grandpa to keel over so he can just ignore them. He doesn't talk about his mom because, as we all know, women don't exist in this world. It is strange, being conscious while being unconscious, or being able to actively think things while surrounded by an endless void. When I came to, I was in the woods. Everything was hurting, but I picked myself up and started walking. No one was around, just me and my heavy breathing. It was dark and cold, and I had a feeling something was very wrong. It took me longer than I should have to realize I was bleeding. Blood was seeping from the wound in my body. A blood-covered hand came up to sit on my face, a grim smile forming soon after. Something told me I knew everything about what had just happened, why I was injured, but I just couldn't open my mouth to ask. Stumbling into the makeshift campsite, I collapsed again, listening out into the dark. My blood ran cold when I heard a sing-song voice of someone I hoped I didn't have to face. Oh my god! It's I was gonna make a joke, but I don't know any other good persons. Dave, where did you go? Soon after was his maniac cackling echoing through the trees. I know you're out there. As much as my injuries would allow, I scrambled forward to move on from the river. Something was pushing me towards the house. Orlando. I coughed, blood splattering against the tree I was leaning against when I turned my head. Far into the distance, I could make out lights. It had to be the mansion. Further off into the distance, I could hear Jack laughing. He seemed moving away from me rather than pursuing me, and I sighed. though doing so sent a jolt of pain to my chest, and I continued. My pace slowed, my vision blurred. I could see someone approaching me in the dark, but it was hard to make out exactly who it was. Maybe I'd give up, or maybe I'd given up. Maybe I'd known already, but with how deep the smell of blood was in my nose, I couldn't tell. There you are. My eyes dipped down to the gun in his hand. Dean? I coughed again, and he stepped closer. Then everything went black again. When I next opened my eyes, I was laying in bed. My face hurt, I could smell blood on my face, but I seemed to have control over my body this time. Oh jeez, is he good? Guns Brasta? What? I don't know that word. I flexed my fingers and reached out to a mass of small things woven through a piece of string. As I turned the makeshift friendship bracelet in my hand, I sighed again, this time in relief. Tyson's room. I was in Tyson's room, where May was closer to our room now. Then she dating and smooching and boning. It's the class hops Barkley has, and Barkley shut up and jam Gaiden. I don't know what that is. If anything, the most distressing thing wasn't being able to smell anything other than blood, rather than that familial scent that I associated him, given I was surrounded by the things he touched. Black Sad X Neil. Neil as in Neil deGrasse Tyson? How did I end up here? Was I even still in the same timeline? Were there other timelines? I sat up with a groan, my eyes slowly went towards the door, to the room. The faint creak of it hinted that someone was on the other side, and a moment later, it opened. Woohoo! Wall Street investors are beginning to sell their houses. This listing in Phoenix was bought by a private equity fund in 2022 at the peak of the bubble. Now they're listing it at an 11% loss. It's just the start. Hell yeah, housing market crash. Armello. Who's Neil from Armello? Which character is that? What animal was it? Ty? Upon seeing me conscious, he ducked his head out of the room before snapping the door shut. Then he marched over to the bed and dropped himself down to look at me. What did the rat do to you? Huh? What? How'd you pass out downstairs after you told me where you were? Oh, vault things. Bullshit. No, it's kinda true. Don't really know what happened. We were talking and then that was it. Amarillo. Yeah. That's Spanish. Though, I call it Black Sad. Well, honestly. Yeah, it is Amarillo. Shit. This Black Sad is written by a dude who's fucking who's from fucking Spain. Now that I think about it, it almost certainly is Black Sad Amarillo. Oh, God. Oh, wow. You did say Amarillo, not Armello. Oh, fuck. Am I tired? Because I didn't take a nap today. I don't fucking know. God. Imagine if Master Duo banned Max C. That'd be so nice. I mean, I shouldn't. I normally can read fine. I'm just, oh God. Tyson grumbled, but he seemed satisfied that I wasn't lying to him. I could tell from the wrinkle in his nose that he was worried, though. I'll be okay. Have you seen your face? What's wrong with my face? What happened to it? You're covered in your own blood, Dave. Yeah, I am? Yeah, probably landed on your nose or something. But outside of that, I can't see anything wrong with you. Oh, well, that's good, I guess. The rat should at least warn you to fucking lay down or something.
Like, god damn it, this is why we don't do this to people standing.
Amarillo. Brought you something to eat. You've been out for a while.
You play it because one of the most fucked, like, facts about Master Duel, I think it was from the fucking, like, recent tournament or whatever, Worlds or whatever. But that whoever played Max C not actually had it resolved, meaning it could be negated. Just playing Max C had like a 20%, was like 20% more likely to win. That's how powerful a card is. That not even it resolving, just activating it, boosts your chances to win by 20%.
Brought you something to eat. You've been out for a while.
How long? It didn't seem like I was out that long.
Not that you'd have a way of knowing, but you missed dinner. Oh. Don't worry, I grabbed you something just in case. Handed over a foil wrap bundle and I gingerly took it while trying not to breathe through my nose. Where's Thanatos? Fuck if I know. You hungry or want a shower or what?
Ty, can we talk about something?
What?
About what happened today. What do you think of all that? Shows the protagonist's health. Fucking oof. It's not going very well, I imagine. Yeah, honestly, that's probably the remaining 10%. Or people doing like maybe friendly duels with people who like are not using Max C, like the same way Dotto does those theme decks. Yeah, it wouldn't be funny if he did just warn people, but I honestly, at this point, you should at least come to expect it that he's going to fucking knock you out. What do you mean, any other game? It is banned in Yu-Gi-Oh!, just not in the OCG. Though it's honestly crazy how big Max C affects the meta. Because, like, in the OCG, and Master Duel, Flowunderies was pretty prevalent just because they could ignore Max C. Like, it didn't make as big of a wave in the TCG. Yeah, more decks are now revolving around Max. Yeah, you can definitely tell that they're factoring it into the way they build decks. There's less spam and more, design archetypes, I mean. Like, let's look at Pearlies. That deck only needs, like, special summon, like, twice to end on a Noir. Meaning at most, the person goes +1 from activating Max C. Oh, well, yeah, the ban list too.
Look, there isn't anything else I can say that I didn't already. I want you safe. I want to take you home. If I could, I'd drag you down the mountain myself, but with the road out, not to mention leaving everyone else behind, if I'm being honest, I don't care. If you're safe and we get out of there, then I'm happy. Although, if we can get Hoss out too, that'd be a bonus. None of the others? I know you want everyone safe, but if push comes to shove, I'm picking the only one I care about. Anyone else is a bonus. Right. You don't have to say it. I know. In 2 days, we're just going to go through a repeat of all this again, aren't we? Is there anything I can do?
I don't think there's anything any of us can do. It's now just a waiting game. Hope things turn out and we can get out, right?
Right.
Tyson is quite selective. Granted, he was like the most estranged from everyone here, so he's the least friendly with most of the group as anyone else. Dave's probably the biggest friend of the group, honestly. Tool is nonsense because the result, yeah. The biggest problem with the Max C is that like it's just so easy to use. It's so strong and so easy to use. There's literally no downside to activating a Max C, because at best you just stop your opponent's entire turn. At worst, they respond to it with like a Called By or an Ash Blossom, which takes out one of their hand traps.
I handed him back the food he'd brought me, and I struggled out of bed. I'm gonna have a shower first. As I stepped away, Ty grabbed my wrist and held tight. Listen, I love you, yeah? I love you too, Ty. I'm done. Can we just cuddle, I guess? I was exhausted, sore, and after I'd eaten, more sleepy than I'd given myself credit for. Part of me was half expecting that he'd ask to do something more, and I was sure as hell could feel it. That would explain why he spent a while in the bathroom after a while and returned just as sleepy as I was in just his boxers. Jeez, Ty. Keep it in your pantalones. You're winning resources unless you're in a maxi draw phase and they reveal they're playing Flu. Yeah. That's again one of the reasons Flu was so popular in the OCG and Master Duel, because they could just fucking ignore Maxi. And the crazy part about using Maxi even against Flu crazy part about Flu is that usually they'd run Maxi too, because they could use it on their opponents, and it's wild. But yeah, he did clean the blood. Didn't he take a shower? It's not long after that I passed out again. This time, though, hopefully it'd be a dreamless sleep. The day transition sound effect is a little loud, but I do like how it's nice and punchy. Like the cat from Animal Crossing. Yeah, their actual game is much better than just going into Zeus. The day played through my mind, not solid enough to form a dream about it, but the events still rang true. The dream, Dom, the talk, Oswin's deal, and the fact that we're on a 2-day timer until we be seeing Dom again. Just with Oswin and Roswell leaving, one of which not coming back. But 2 days, that's all we had until the next event was going to happen. Was that a lot of time or just a little? The idea kept bouncing in my head between the two the more I thought about it. As I opened my eyes, it took a moment to adjust. Carefully, I looked at the ceiling and flexed each of my fingers in turn, making sure I wasn't asleep. The two people never ranked out with Yu-Gi-Oh! Before make them each on build a deck and duel each other, but they're only allowed to look at the card art that'd be fun. They're going to use so many like level 10s and 12s. Yeah, they're doing like, okay, that's not a monster, that's a spell. And it's an archetypical spell none of you can use. I felt silly, that's what it had to come to, but I breathed out, knowing I was properly awake. Tyson was sprawled out on his back, leg twitching every now and again. Seemed to be having a nice dream with a slight smile on his face. Ty? Saw his face scrunch up briefly as I whispered his name a second time. Soon enough, he had a gentle smile on his face again, hinting that he was still asleep. It does. DZ here, back with another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. Is that what he says? I fucking don't remember, it's been a while. So I said by this, oh fuck, didn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically stop printing those cards because they sucked? Seeing him smile brought a smile to my face too. Even with things going on, he was able to smile. To find something to be happy about, even in his dreams. I wondered what he was dreaming about, but I was sure I would find out later. As I got dressed, I looked out the window. Part of me wondered if I was going to catch Dom or even Jack sneaking up on the house the longer I stared. But it was just green, no pale white or ashy gray lingering out of place. I looked over to Tyson, who was sprawled out further across the bed, and I was wandered over lightly to kiss him on the side of his muzzle. Dave? He reached out for me sleepily and was happily placing his hand on my face. Not that he said anything more after that. His hand fell away nearly immediately, and he resumed snoring. Duelist Kingdom rules is just a question of if you can convince the referee to agree with it. Just like if you can convince the referee that it's okay, you can vibe. I left Tyson there to sleep, not wanting to bother him if he was finding some happiness with everything going on. From what I could see, Dean was outside near the back door with a mug of coffee. I would have said hello, but the prospect of coffee was too strong. Dark Sage? I don't know what that is. My fucking The moment I stepped into the kitchen, I made the coffee pot and got myself sorted. Oh, that, yeah. Kind of fucked of Yugi to tech that. Well, I mean, it's probably a good idea to tech that in when he knew his ace card was a fucking time wizard. Does Twitter ever give you sometimes tweets from someone you just don't like and it's just like, why do you still do this? I've said no a dozen times. The moment I stepped into the kitchen, I made for the coffee pot and got myself sorted. Rationing out a little of the milk from the refrigerator. Took my coffee a little darker than usual. Not that it mattered when the bitter flavor hit my tongue. The warmth and the jolt of endorphins that came with my favorite drink gave me the jump I needed to properly wake up. Though not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I could feel myself start to take stock a bit easier. Negating activation. Very strong. Very indeed. Oh, it just appears? What the fuck? What did he use, like a dueling skill? Where's my fucking thing? I need to stop knocking over my goddamn chapstick. Tomorrow, at some point, Roswell and Oswald would head off with Dom. Then it was a waiting game for Roswell to come back and we'd be able to go home. It didn't really sit all that well with me, but it wasn't as if I had a say in it. Going to the pantry, I was reminded of our food situation, as not to touch anything in case Orlando already had plans for every little bit in here. Plans to make breakfast went out the window. The faint tapping of his foot on the counter clued me into him being there before I turned around, but there he was, all the same. It just works. Polymerization. I'm gonna hit that bitch with a poly. Bitches love poly. Konami should make a card called A Cracker that just negates any and all fusion spells. That way, if someone tries to poly, you can be like, damn, bitch, you want a cracker? Quick effects. Oh, what the fuck? Do spells from the graveyard at quick effect speed. That is horrifying. How did he fuse with his opponent's monster? Oh, how did he use a fucking arrow to fuse with his opponent's monster? Like, dude, just use super poly. Call it a day. Faint tapping of his foot on the counter clued me in to turn around, but he's there all the same. What are you doing? Thinking. About stuff and things. Think stuff. Stop that. What else am I supposed to do? What? What's funny? What was funny? The poly joke? I know it was. Thank you. What else am I supposed to do? Making yourself useful seems like a good start. What do you mean sacrifice your Satans sacrifice Satan to your loved ones? Yeah, I'm just gonna give my sister Satan's soul real quick. Don't worry about it, chat. And how am I meant to be doing that exactly? Dom is coming tomorrow, right? If we play nice, then we get off the mountain, right?
That is fucked, Gilded Archer. That is fucked. Funny, but also fucked. That sounds like something I'd see in Boondocks. I activate the quick... fucking... Oh yeah? Well, your bitch ass had another thing coming. I activate the spell... I activate the quick... Well, I equip the spell card, Inward Pass. This changes my monster to the dark type. Now what are you gonna do about it, nigga? Then you should be like, man, that's gay as fuck, and you know it. Yeah. Here it came from cardboard. Yeah, he did do that. Just something confused him and you, Belle. You'd think you had listened to what I said yesterday. He's variable. I still don't really know what you mean by that. Things went alright yesterday. He listened to you. We just have to wait. You really think it's going to be that simple? I hope it will be. What about Jack then? What about him? You think he's just going to let all of you walk off the mountain? Think Memphis will do the same? Yes? Well, that's why I said it's variable. Sometimes they don't. Even after Dom made his deal? Who do you think you're dealing with, Junior? Really? It's not like I've had to make deals or talk to the Mafia before. I don't know how any of this works. I'm just scared. I want to go home. I want to keep my friends safe. Then think about how you're going to do that. Can you just tell me what's not worked already? Not doing anything doesn't work. There's a clue. I growled, stepping closer to him, but he took a couple steps back, as if expecting me to do something. I hate how you make me feel, by the way. Like I don't have a say in anything. Like I don't have any control. None of this bad stuff would be happening if you weren't around. You really think so? I know so. If you weren't a thing, then Memphis wouldn't be trying to get you. People wouldn't be dying to test how this thing works. Who knows what else? Take that back. You don't know anything, Dave. I know enough. I was assaulted by... goddamn. Sound that made me buckle, but not pass out. You know nothing. You can't even comprehend how many times I had to watch you all die. How many times I've been left alone for countless years until I wake up the next time around to do it all again. Alexis about to win against him, and he's like, there's one card in my deck that's different from regular Ancient Gear deck lists. Jaden uses Super Poly in Arc 5? Or Crowler? Does the fucking Crowler get Super Poly? I looked up at him, standing at the edge of the counter. I was like, standing at the edge of the counter? Dude, what? Yuri. Okay. For a second there when Solar Knight just said Yuri, I was like, okay, cool. I was like, based. What about it, though? Yeah. I looked up at him, standing at the edge of... Second there, I was going to say, I imagine, like, Dave standing at the edge of the counter. I was like, why the fuck are you on the counter, dude? Get off! The same conversations, the same questions, and all for what? I'll tell you what it wasn't for, Dave. It wasn't to spend eternity solving a problem that has no answer. I don't know. So when I ask you about Jack, what are you going to do? What is going on in here? What is going on in here? Orlando? Wait, talk some sense into Dave. Thanatos, the hell did you do to him? I was pulled from the ground and dusted him off, Orlando adjusting the coffee cup in my hand before huffing at the rat in the corner. Nothing that wasn't necessary. What? I haven't watched Arc 5. Are you talking about, like, the genre or the character? I find that hard to believe. He wants me to think about what I'm doing about Jack. What? Did I hear that correctly? I turned to look at Roswell, who seemed out of it, stumbling into the room slightly. You look terrible. Rude. I feel terrible, but what was it about Jack? Is he here? Not yet. At the rate we're going, it's unlikely. Why seek answers if we do not? Oh, that's a good point. You can't answer a question you don't know is being asked. That's good, right?
Roswell, sit down. You look like you're about to collapse. I'll be fine. If he's not sitting down the next minute, he's going to be on the floor and chip one of his tusks. You're bluffing. What? Wait and find out then. But what about that Jack thing? Are we in danger? Did Orlando caught Roswell? He started to wobble. The minute wasn't close to being up, but I looked across at Thanatos. We should talk, shouldn't we? Are you willing to listen? I still don't trust you, Thanatos. Well, good thing we pivoted away from you being able to help anyone a long time back. Sal, Hoss, and Dean are outside. Tyson will be down shortly and join them. I'll be taking Dave for a bit. What about me and Orlando? Rest or whatever. Dave will fill you in later. Alright, give me a second to go pee, Chad. I've downed like an entire fucking thing of... I know, actually, give me a second to pee and refill my water. Because I need to do that. Wish Predator Prime Fusion was made during a time when Super Poly wasn't on the limited list. It's way weaker than it shouldn't be. Than it should be. Wait, okay. Did Super Poly get banned because of... Is Super Poly banned in Master Duel? I swear I remember hearing something about it and Instant Fusion getting banned. Is Super Poly and Instant Fusion banned in Master Duel? What else should y'all discuss? What should chat discuss while I'm gone? I know. Who would you... What deck do you think which character in, Password would use? What deck would Oswald play? What deck would Dave play? So on and so forth. Yeah, that's all y'all should discuss. Fury, taking a break. You'll be back. BRB. Okay. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I think that is Fortune Fairies. That's what Carly used. Orlando plays Madolchi. Roz and Orlando play latest meta. Numerelia? Oh, they have money for it even. Yeah. It's meta because food, but Orlando's the only character that ever sleeps well. They ran Fortune Girls. Yeah, the Fortune Ladies. I think they're Fortune Fairies, aren't they? Oz plays a big actor and performer pal. I feel like Thanatos would play fucking the Arcana Force. Alright, the older guys in effects Veiler next. Ooh, nice. Aizen strikes me as an ancient gear player. Full power dragon ruler and threatens to shoot you if you remind him that all those cards are banned. Nope, bell rang. Uh-oh. Okay, so there's like, okay. Fortune Fairies and Fortune Ladies. Okay. Haas would be Abyss actor, because he's an actor. Sal, Subterrors? Or maybe, I don't know. I feel like he'd play Melfi. You know, how the expectations are different than from what do you actually get. Okay, but dueling. Okay, we don't play Duel Links. We play fucking. Effect Veiler is in the next box and Duel Links. Okay. I thought you meant in the next selection box you were going to be like, oh, cool. I've been meaning to like pull an Effect Veiler, but I didn't want to actually spend like UR materials on it. Okay, yeah. Yes, we would. Roswell. What's the trollish deck I can think of? The deck that just specializes in he'd play Inspector Border Stun. He'd definitely. No, Inspector Border Stun or Outlich. For what I think was the first time, Thanatos led the way out of the kitchen towards the front door. Not by climbing up into my shoulder, but walking along the floor ahead of me. Oh, Mystic Mind. What would Jack play? Jack does seem like he'd enjoy a final countdown deck, watching his opponent squirm. Password Yu-Gi-Oh! AU, where instead of getting chased, fucking Jack forces fucking Dave into a duel and has to like deal with a surprise countdown burn. Not countdown burn, just Destiny board. Yeah, anime MC decks. Yeah. But like what deck how would Fortune Fairies really like be good for Dave though? Jack is like to play Inferno. I can't read that. I can't read that actually because of the fucking heart. God, that's the worst thing about YouTube. Can I turn this off? What is it about Roswell being sick and that's kind of messed up, but I get why he'd play Final Countdown. I just saw on Twitter someone's like semi-lewd animation of Tom Nook. Synchrons are legit. They was not smart enough to run a Yusei deck. Are they? I never thought Synchrons were that hard. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. For Magic Vault to see the future. Could we have him fucking We're discussing. We're getting way too into this discussion. Well, I am. Open the door for any stuff first, and me closing the door soon after. What decks would be? Fortune Fairies is one, but I think Synchron is probably art. Casual, that's true. Oh shit, yeah, actually, yeah, wait. Yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, he would totally run Fortune Fairies, and he'd get made fun of for it. I feel like Tyson would have run like Galaxy Eyes or something. My hand was shaking and I sipped my coffee, looking at the trees to try and spot anything Thanatos seemed to be looking for. I owe you an apology. Am I going to get one? What did you think? Probably not.
Well, at least you've got that right. Rude. Why is this rat so fucking rude? Yeah, so he'd love, now, would he play, Gren Maju? Gren Maju Beatdown? Oh, Numeron. No. Is he too simple to understand Numeron? Numeron OTK? Well, at least you've got that right. Level with me. Do you hate me? All of us? That's complicated. That's not an answer. Why does it matter how I answer? What you think of me and what I think of you, lot doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter, all things considered. Outside of you needing us to help, anyway. What would Thanatos run? Numeronius. Yeah, I could see him playing like a Numeron deck, going for Numeronius Numeronia. Mikanko. Yeah, I see that. He'd be embarrassed playing with his cute little waifu deck. God, I love the name Numeronius Numeronia. That is such a Yu-Gi-Oh name, and it's fucking perfect. Time Lords, actually, that's good. Naturally, but we're so close. So painfully close. To the end. I sat down at the steps leading up to the front door next to Thanatos and continued to drink my coffee. You're talking about our escape. It goes well then? It can, but that's yet to be seen. Things still need to happen. Yeah. What about Oswin? You haven't talked about Oswin yet. Fuck. I heard the name of it. What's the name of that deck? I'm not even sure if it's a real deck. If maybe it's an anime deck, but I'm not sure if Konami ever printed out those cards. Kim Critters. He'd play Kim Critters. I'm going to assume you are either going to tell me specifically what I need to do, or tell me literally nothing and I'm just meant to figure it out. If you haven't gathered already, you need to have a plan for Jack. How can you even plan around him? He's fast, has a knife. More than one, actually. Unless you can sign me up with some magical knife-proof armor, I don't think I have what it takes to deal with that. What's up, Law? We were discussing what Yu-Gi-Oh decks each character would run. We settled on Jack running Final Countdown, Destiny board. Dave using Time Fairies. Thanatos running Numerons. But like No, Time Lords. Yeah, Time Lords. Thanatos would run Time Lords. Nurse Burn to Oswin. Yeah. I've been trying to find a reliable solution myself. Keeping Dominic alive has worked so far. Well, I had no reason to play by the game rules ever, but they did, and when changing to their other forms to no benefit. I don't know, man. This card game is not just a normal card game. It's apparently like a cosmic force. I'd vibe with it. Like, okay, if a card game was capable of solving like infinite energy and climate change, you know what? Yeah, sure. I'd be okay with solving literally every problem with that card game. Why not? Because that's the thing Yu-Gi-Oh did in the anime. Who wouldn't like try to solve everything with that card game if apparently it's actual fucking magic? Because he can work. Because he can keep his work buddy in check? Don't underestimate how much that bear wants an easy job. Not going to outbid Memphis, but if you can make his life easier while still getting Memphis what he wants, Dom will make sure it happens. But what if Dom isn't around? Then we have a problem. So we need a contingency plan. Unless you're keen on getting stabbed. I drank deep from my coffee, trying to think about it. Could we set a trap? Would a weapon be useful? Escaping? Oh yeah, you're right. Numeron Dragon was there at the creation of the universe, wasn't it? Again, if all that shit if all that shit applied to a card game in real life, you know what? Yeah, I'd be fine with solving all my problems with a card game. Why not? Looking down into my empty cup, I wondered where I could draw some inspiration from. Well, I don't want anyone to get stabbed. One of you is going to need to get stabbed, though. Maybe a little. Need? Who? Why? Doesn't matter who, but if someone's going to take the fall, they'll assume Roswell. So, going to take the fall there, assume Roswell will get in the way like he normally does. If I don't want Roswell stabbed, you're offering to take his place? Didn't like the idea of getting stabbed, but I didn't like the idea of the others getting hurt more. Careful, Junior. Show me more courage and I'll think you're developing a hero complex. What the fuck is Dyson Sphere? Isn't that like giant fucking space station? I was about to call it a Pokemon. There should be a space station Pokemon. It's not that. I just want my friends to be safe. Yeah, I know. Heard that enough, but heard that enough times that it's basically imprinted by now. I typed in Dyson Sphere Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh! There. Fuck. I'm dumb. Yeah. The thing that looks like an eye or flower, I guess. Number 9. Dyson Sphere. Yeah, I heard that enough times. That's basically imprinted by now. Not as if telling you to give up by letting them die is going to be much different. What did you say? What? Were you the reason I was thinking those things? I don't know what you're talking about. The thing telling me to give up, to let my friends die. Dude, it sounds like you were just depressed. It's not my fault. If only. I reached out and grabbed him, and he just hopped backwards. Reached out to grab him, and he just hopped backwards out of reach. Huh. Wind Witch Generator apparently is like the only deck that runs a Dyson Sphere. Careful, Dave. Careful, Dave. You know something, don't you? Oh, God damn it! I knew what had happened the moment everything went black. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I swore at Thanatos' ability to just knock me out whenever he wanted. At least I was getting used to the sensation and knew what was happening. When I opened my eyes, I was restrained somewhere in dark, off in the corner against some sort of rusted pipe. I could smell blood on my face, dripping, my head ringing. Reckon the boss made the right call. Dom, buddy, pal, friend. You can just say yes. Look, I don't know. Don't care. I just want to know when we can get some action. I'm so bored. You can always go say hello to your friend if he's conscious. I could hear the glee in Jack's voice as he made the sound somewhere between a mix of a gasp and a squeal. Whatever it was, though, it made me sick to my stomach. Jack, could you not? I have a headache. Spoil sport, not like I have Memphis to mess with. I strained to look from where I was, but not only was I not in control, the voices echoed from far enough away that I got they were deeper into the mill. Oh no! He's in the mill! The mill! The mill! Yeah, well, no Jack the Rabbit. It's probably a pun on Jack Rabbit, but he's not a Jack Rabbit, I don't think so. Things started to fade away. When I heard footsteps getting closer, I couldn't tell who it was, but from where they started, it couldn't have been either Dom or Jack. When I opened my eyes, next I was greeted with the sun and a small throbbing headache. Ow. I was flat on my back, staring upwards with Thanatos just off to the side. He looked over my way once I made a sound and got closer. What happened? I'll take credit for that. What happened? I'll take credit for that. Don't jack the rabbit. I will jack the rabbit. I could feel myself start to get angry, but something stopped me. Something seemed off. Familiar. You made me pass out again. Why? Thanatos gave me a look, eyes narrowing before he responded. For fun. What kind of person even does that? Well, I'm hardly a person, am I? Ugh. Looking over to Thanatos, he seemed confused about something, and I thought I knew what. What kind of person even does that? Well, I'm hardly a person, right? Me finishing his sentence gave him pause. Was he suspicious? Was it just all a big coincidence? On a more serious note, 2 questions for you. I don't know what I'm going to do about Jack. Eh? I don't know what I'm going to do about Jack. Eh? There isn't many options for us, is there? What are you playing at? Huh? You know what you're doing. What was the second thing you wanted to ask, I mean? It's about what you saw in the little dream I gave you just now. You mean the memory? Semantics. Didn't reply, trying to understand how this conversation was going. It was like my dream, except I knew how it was going to go. This time, anyway. Details, Dave. Basically what happened yesterday, except... Thanatos clapped in my direction to wake me up. Maybe I was zoning out a little too much. Aroused my thoughts to look at him.
It does seem familiar. We did it. Remember when he asked the Leo medal, blah, 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 blah? Where you're fucking... Oswin does his best work? That. Anti-semantic, Dave. Eh.
Thanatos clapped in my direction to wake me up, and maybe I was zoning out a little too much, being aroused my thoughts to look at him. The hell is wrong with you? What? You know what? I probably need therapy? Yeah, among other things. From your perspective, have we had this conversation before? Sort of. Well, you tell me what happens next, then. How about a test? I ask you a question, you give me the answer. And if I get it right, then we'll know if you've been through all this before, and I'll treat you to something nice. And the question is, where is the Leo medal? My throat oh no! Oh no! My throat felt dry, in the place where Oswin does his best work. Fuck off. Do I pass? We must have had this conversation before. Not exactly. And how did you know? Last night, the dream I had, you said you didn't cause it, but... Then he'll scratch his chin, thinking it over. You're right. I didn't. Which means you're remembering. I don't know how, but you're remembering. Have I remembered before? Sometimes. It's inconsistent. Huh. I scratched my head, unsure of what I was meant to do with that information. What did you see when I put you under just now? The inside of the watermill. At least I'm pretty sure that's where it was there from what I remember from when I was there last. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. That is true. I do have a bit of a track record for getting very basic things. It's one of my better qualities. Anything else? Dominic and Jack were there talking about something. I was bleeding, maybe. Tied up to something in the corner, though. Interesting. Interesting good or interesting bad? Just interesting. Something to think about. Because you're not giving me a lot to go off of. Just because it's interesting to me doesn't mean it's going to be interesting to you. Fine, keep your secrets. Besides, you probably want to know where the Leo medal is. Well, yeah, the place where Oswin does his best work, so the lab. No, his bedroom. What do you mean, no? That isn't where he does his best work. Then where? Let's go for a walk. Oh, God. Oh, God. Gonna take me to his bedroom. It's gonna be gross. Thanatos climbed up. Stop. Shut up, Godole. Shut up. Shut up. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, my God. That reminds me of that. Okay. Okay. No, not saying anything. Not saying anything. We're just, nope, moving on. Then those climbed up my shoulder and guided me back inside. Oh, God. From there, it was toward the stairs leading up. Oh, God. Over there. Followed his outstretched arm to the bookcase and tilted my head. You want me to grab a book? 2, actually. And the meadow's going to be inside. In a sense. How can a single meadow be inside 2 books? Is it broken or... Took a step back, looking over the bookcase. This is like the one that leads to the library from the conservatory, isn't it? Well done. The 2 you want are those. Pointed to the 2 books, neither of which looked out of place, but seemed to be the point. Much like the other bookcase, I heard the click. Now just push that aside and we can go in. Inside, it seemed fairly ordinary as rooms went. Nothing seemed to... Oh, God, just a small desk with the walls lined with books and what shelves were available. Has this been here this whole time? Sat Thanatos down by the desk and looked around. Sure has. Normally Oswin uses it. A couple others have found it already, too. Who? Roswell and Haas both have. Not that they did anything with the information after seeing the room was empty. Huh. Time's ticking. You're looking for a book. Another secret passage? Not this time. Muslim's sister hid this one away too. You know, materials. Well, gosh. Oh, wow. This is all foreplay, Dave. I assume you're very. Oh my god. I don't know who's saying that. Osmond or the rat. I'm not sure which one I dislike the most. Alright then, what's the book? The Three Little Pigs. Oh, I know that one. Not this version. Oh, how is this one any different? You want me to tell you a story, or do you want the medal? Both? Find the book and I'll give you the abridged version. Any clues, or should I just start searching? Get looking. I'll wait. I started at one end and started slowly scanning the books with my fingers, running over the spines, making sure I didn't miss any by accident. I took it slow. While I look, can I ask you something? What? Why do you mess with Osmond so much? Like, if he's not your master, then why do, I guess, any of the things you do to him? Probably the Three Little Pigs and the Big Bad Rabbit. It's fun. I get that, but there's no other reason. It's just fun and that's it? It keeps the boredom at bay. Also, if you're so proud of being the smartest one in the room, you can stand to be humbled. Is he really the smartest one here? Well, it's for sure not you, Junior. Roswell is pretty smart. What about him? It's hard to say. Those two in the same room is interesting, to watch it without me needing to do anything, so I just sit back and enjoy the show. Anyone else compare, or Sal, perhaps? Again, it's hard to say though for that one. It's because he doesn't say much to me. Fair enough. My turn. Why do you want to know? You already know, otherwise you wouldn't be asking, right? As for catching me off guard with your recollection of the Leo medal, best to double check everything. You still don't know who your master is, so any clue might help. Thanatos nodded slowly, holding my gaze. Stop. You're touching the book now. Looking back at where my hand was, I hooked my fingers around the top of the spine and pulled it out carefully from its spot on the shelf. So it's in here, huh? Well, no point in waiting. Open it up and get the medal. Okay, I'm going. I did so and found a section of it hollowed out. The pages hadn't been glued together, but the bulk of the book, or maybe it's its age, had kept the thing together. This is a bulky children's story. Nothing about that story is for children, Dave. Carefully setting the book down, I picked up the medal. Leo. That wasn't all that was in the book. A lone photograph left underneath it. What's this? Oh my god, a woman! Take it in, Dave. Who do you think those three are? Oswin. Our name started with an F and his with an R. Florencia. Reginald. There it goes. Take it in, Dave. Who do you think those three are? Well, it's obviously Oswin and his siblings, right? That's right. Well, why is this here? You'd have to ask Florencia, which is a bit hard at the moment. Yeah, it's just so strange. Go on. That Oswin was a kid like us. That the people here were once just kids. And did they go through anything like this? If they did, could this be why it's happening to us? I stared closer at the photo, rubbing my thumb over the glossy print. Why was this left here? What was it left for? Surely not me, right? Remember what is important, Oz. Flora. Oh. Looking at the writing on the back, I was left with even more questions, though at the very least, who had written this was at least obvious. Flora, huh? That'd be Florencia, or at least what Oswin and Reginald called her. Makes sense. Jeez, I don't know why I'm burping so much, but hopefully it's not a sign that I'm about to throw up, because that would be very bad. Makes sense, given the photo, I guess. The trash can is within reaching distance. Don't worry, chat. We're good. Excuse me. Yeah. I was a bit worried about throwing up, so makes sense given the photo, I guess. Put the photo in the back in the box and place it back on the shelf, pocketing the medal. What are you planning on doing with that? I don't know. Show the others for starters and then leave it with the rest. And while I'm at it, think about what I'm going to do about Jack? Good. But I don't know what you could possibly expect me to do. Have I done anything notable in the past, or... Don't know. Whatever happens, it happens out in the woods, way outside my maximum range. And no one tells you afterwards? Let's just say other things get in the way. I'm drinking water, not like soda. I am in my 20s. I'm 22. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, I'm not just going to accept that and figure it out. Maybe I'll ask the others. There you go. But before I go, what happens in this version of the story? Alright. Right. Yeah. So the story is the same for the most part. 3 pigs, 3 houses. You get the gist. Then what's different? There's no wolf. Then how does the story function? Is it the big bad wolf kind of... Isn't the big bad wolf kind of important to how the story goes? The first little pig leaves home, gets sick, and dies. Poisoned by the influence of the outside world and ultimately done in by a rabbit that offered him a piece of chocolate. Clearly not the Easter Bunny then. Second goes somewhere far away and is presumed dead. This one is also offered chocolate, but instead turned into a rabbit. But that's as good as dead from the author's eyes. Took a moment to look for the author's name on the spine, but nothing stood out. And the third survived? Yes. And that's it? He just survived? They survived, yes, though the rabbit didn't. Cooked alive in the house after trying to burn it down. That's really not a children's story. I told you that already. No need to have a sweeping epic for children when there aren't any pictures either. Except that book did have a picture. You know what I meant. See, this is why Oswin's racist against rabbits. More info for the Fury case files. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know what I meant. I think what bothers me is there really wasn't a lesson to learn, was there? Just that be wary of rabbits because they're going to poison you or turn you into one of them, or, I guess, try and burn down your house. Outside of being wary of rabbits specifically, there was no lesson. Racist. Pretty much. Regis liked to have such books on hand, apparently. Regis. Hammond? Right, meaning that'd be Oswin's father. Huh, alright. As a dog, sister is 20... No, I'm 22. Oh, did you mean to put a comma after the sister part? Something important? You'll find out when you get there. Chat, I'm hungry, but unlike a lot of things, I actually planned for this eventuality, and have leftover of my lunch sandwich. Yeah. Left Thanatos in the study and headed back downstairs with the Leo medal in hand. Just what else are we meant to do? I froze on the spot and decided to listen in, wondering what was happening. Not worry about it, simply. But, Danny said not to worry about it. He heard Oswin's grunt before making a move to leave, but his footsteps came to a halt and he called out, Dave, I know you're there. Come on down. What's going on? Roswell's sick. Roswell's sick. Yeah, we know. Really sick. How sick is really sick? Oswin put a hand on my shoulder, shaking his head. He'll be fine, comparatively to, well, dying. That's not much of a comfort. Can you have medicine? And what medicine would you want me to give him? I can knock him out, but he'd still feel the pain. I can numb the pain, but he'd be wandering around in a daze and likely a danger to himself. As opposed to what? What's he like now? Aside from tired, he seemed alright before. Looks like he's just run a mile, but his eyes, they're so dilated. Would you rather him conscious or asleep? Sounds like he'd be better asleep. Fine, if he consents, then I'll put him under. Why didn't you ask me then? Oh, come now, we're long past that point of that, Dave. Why did you ask me that then? He just used that's his seething room. It's like a reading room, but he uses it to seethe. Cope and mold. He's not very good at the molding part. He waved me off, shaking his head. Now, if you'll excuse me. When did all this happen anyway? We came inside to get coffee and almost ran into Roswell. Well, we did, actually. Almost knocked him over and Orlando rushing out to help. And then you were planning on coming to get me? That was the plan. Where's Hoss and Tyson? They split off to look for something to help. No clue as to where they ended up. Let's go check in on Roswell then. I'm curious to know if Oswald is actually going to help or not. Roswell, please. I'm fine. Boy, you are not fine and you know it. Roswell was on the floor and Oswald was supporting his back as he knelt beside him. Now I'll ask you again. Which option did you want to go with? I can't sleep. I have to keep. Roswell! What did you do? Is he okay? Did he just... Passed out. I didn't give him anything if you were wondering. This is bad, isn't it? What do? We let him rest. All this excitement is likely wearing him down faster than if he were leisurely waiting out the clock. Oswald picked up Roswell carefully, shifting him to carry him on his back. I'll go put him in bed. You figure out among yourselves what you want to be doing next. There was a look on Oswald's face as he carried Roswell out of the room, somewhere between grim and absent. Well, at least he's in care of he's in the care of a doctor. He's not a doctor anymore. He's more qualified than any of us are. But it's really happening, isn't it? Roswell, dying. I shifted uncomfortably on the spot, not liking the prospect. Like lethal poison. Like the stuff from Elden Ring, the stuff the fisticuffs do. I did mention that I moved us in randomizer, right? I was originally going to move us into the upper snowfields, but I couldn't because it was the Spirit Caller Cave, and that has one of those imp key doors, so I had to move us to Liurnia. I spun a random wheel to decide where we went, chat. I shifted uncomfortably on the spot, not liking the prospect. It's the most likely thing that's afflicting him, although I don't think there's much we can do aside from making him comfortable. Oh, well, okay. If you you specifically have to start it from the mod itself. Otherwise the game won't actually use the mods. So all I did was start it from the randomizer, but without the fog walls. So rather than that, I could actually normally when there's a fog wall in the way of an exit to a cave, I chose a Black Knife Catacombs because it was Liurnia. I could just walk out because there wasn't a fog wall in the way. Then I simply reloaded it with the fog wall, reloaded the game from the fog wall mod, and the fog walls are back. I did check to make sure everything was, the fog walls were still random and stuff. And yeah, if I recall, going into the Black Knife Catacombs, from the exit at least, brought me to, it was one of the major dungeons. One of the big ones. Yellow Annex Tunnel, the one with the other Estelle. I want to say Stars of Darkness Estelle. That's its name, right? So that's where we're going to start next game. Stars of Darkness. Well, it's not Stars of Darkness. In front of Liurnia. It's the most likely thing that's afflicting him. Although if it is, I don't think there's. Oh, the funny thing. Okay, if you love the randomizer, so I was just checking things and I was just fucking around with it since I could do it. So I started the boss of the Godskin Noble, and then I so I started it from there. I started from there, then reopened the game inside the boss wall fog. For some reason, the game bugged out. Rather than kicking me out because I restarted in a boss room, the Godskin Noble was there, but the Noble was just uninteractable, I couldn't even hurt him. He was just standing there. I could lock on, but not hurt him. I'm guessing because it's assuming that the boss hasn't started yet, and it's just their way, the Elden Ring's way of keeping you from killing them early. Well, it's can only be used on PC only. It's most likely the most likely thing afflicting him. Although if I don't think there's much we can do aside from making him comfortable. But so soon? I thought we had more time. I guess not. What if Roswell dies before he can make it back to us? I stepped out into the foyer and immediately called out, "Thanatos!" No need to yell, I'm already here. He was sitting on the stairs, patiently, clearly knowing I was going to come yelling. What's happening with Roswell? What do you think? What do we do? Nothing. Not as if there's anything to do about it. Oh yeah, that's true. He can't stand. But what about tomorrow? Wasn't he meant to go with Oswin? He's in no state to go anywhere. Everything's going as it should. Don't worry. You knew this was going to happen and didn't say anything? What would you have done if I told you? Not as if you could cure him. But Thanatos! Sheesh, you're gonna cry. You go crying out my name like that and I'm gonna put you under again. Don't! He stood up and made a show of dusting his hands off before gesturing me closer. Maybe we should go downstairs so we can give putting in a password a try. There's a password? There might be. He doesn't have the normal tells, but he's almost certainly lying. Who would you rather believe, Dave? That even a question? Haas, absolutely for sure, believe Haas. Real nice, Junior. Ty made a move to kick Thanatos off the stairs, but was effortlessly sidestepped. Listen, you want some help or not? Help for Roswell or help for what exactly? Dave, think about what he's offering you. I'm thinking. I've been thinking too. What about? Say they come for us tomorrow, right? Why don't we just fucking bail? Big dog, we've talked about that not being an option. No, I get the road thing. I mean, not just be in the fucking house. I don't get it. You mean we just be outside? Hide in the woods or whatever, yeah. Wait until they get bored and just come back when they leave. Yeah, go ahead and try that. That tone almost sounds like it's not going to work. You tell me, what do you think? Scratch my chin, thinking it over. If we hide nearby so we know when it's safe to come back, you've probably seen it, which means you know how well that goes even if we don't come back. Ugh, just more basic ass notifications from fucking my phone. Y'all really like, well, Law at least really likes Tyson. What is chat? Hang on, I can fucking do a poll. We haven't done one of those on that. That's Tyson. Yes or no? Well, Tyson. Yes or no? Let's do a poll. You like him? Yay or nay? If we hide nearby, there's a moving back. I'll save you the effort and say they know the woods better than you do. There's less of them, and Dean and Dominic are about equivalent. Sounds like we're screwed. Unless the exchange goes well, right? With Roswell like he is, though, we're kinda, we'll just have to think of something, that's all. I looked at Thanatos, his smile never once fading. I already knew what it was that he was implying by it, too. Yeah, something. Well, I don't know shit. It's not that hard to track Tyson. Now, we don't need to be so hasty there. Who knows what the morning will bring? But it's not even lunchtime. Hardly the point he's making, Dave. Well, whatever the point is, I have no idea what we're meant to be doing now. Do us a favor and take care of Dave for a bit. Time for me to have a chat with Haas and Orlando. About what? We'll get to that when you've taken me to Orlando. I'm not giving you a lift. Haas is already walking back towards the dining room, ignoring Thanatos' gesture to be let up. Not this time either, huh? You'd probably messed up his mane or whatever. In any case, you two do some talking. I'll check in later. You're on that hater grind set. Let's hug him. You sound like you'd like Leo from Echo, good old days. He ran after Haas, disappearing into the other room. So, we gonna talk? Put his arm around me, looking around briefly to see if anyone else was around. Guess so. Lead the way, Ty. I haven't been in the game room for a hot minute. Oh, right, it's probably in this. 87 yes, Tyson. 12% no, Tyson. 8 votes. That's around 1 or 2 no's, isn't it? We headed upstairs and Tyson dropped into a chair, choosing to watch me pick one for myself. So, we should talk. Fuck knows about what, though. Ty, there's nothing at all that comes to mind. Okay, yeah, there's something. Don't know how important it is, though. Could be a little important if Thanatos wanted us to talk. Personal computer Grand Cross. Woohoo. Alright, well, it's about getting off the mountain, yeah? What about it? So, say someone goes into the wood with that dumb guy, right? How do we know they're coming back? You don't think they will? Who knows? Roswell's not fucking going unless he gets better real quick. Even then, I don't think he's gonna make it. Harsh, but I get where you're coming from. Right. So, I'm gonna go. You? Why? I can see in the dark, and I'm not about to go leaving you on this mountain if I find a way out. You didn't consider escaping then and there? Escaping then and there and getting help? I reckon that's someone like Dean or Sal might do, but fuck that. You don't think they'd come back? That they wouldn't just abandon us, or at least I don't think so. Don't know. Didn't think to consider it when I'd come back. But you could escape and get the police. Take the escape while you have it before something else happens. And then come back to find you've all been killed? Oh. All I'm saying is that I don't want to find out later that you've gone and died when I could have been around to keep you safe. But what if you're the one being put in danger by going out there? I don't want to find out that you've been killed either. So that's the rub, huh? We have to pick someone expendable. I don't like the sound of that either. Well, tough. We don't have a choice, do we? Either we send someone or we give up finding that way home. He's trying. Damn. Oof. He was trying to keep my gaze, but he seemed to be troubled by the idea as well. Was there anyone that'd be willing to just let go? We'd be willing to just let go in the case worst happens? What would it be a case of having to pick at random? There's another thing I wanted to run by you too. What's that? When we get home, want to go to the beach. Wait, what? When we get out of here, go on a proper vacation. I caught the faintest smirk across his face before he continued. Could be fun, you know, on the beach. There's a snicker that followed that really clued me into where his mind was. And I couldn't help but follow suit, if only a little. Conversation seemed to die there, though, fading into silence. Silence stretched until Tyson started to rub the back of his head, eyes on the floor. I finished my sandwich and I'm still hungry. That's not good, chat. That's not good. I'm just worried. Me too. Do you think that's where the rat wanted us? Do you think that's what the rat wanted us to talk about? Just that we're worried? Honestly, I have no clue, Ty. He's just... I don't know. He is being a pervert. Yeah, it would get in everywhere, and that's why that would not be a good idea. Sexing on the sand. So, I've been wanting to have something else, if that's cool. What is it? So that rabbit is probably going to be back at some point now that we know he's not alone, so are you, going to be fine with that? It's coarse, rough, and gets everywhere, Solar Knight. Well, probably not. He almost killed me. Okay, good. Good? I mean, I'm not liking the idea of him coming back, so I want to do something about it. Such as, been trying to figure out that sort of trap we could set. Or if we should just get Benson to shoot him, if it'd make our lives a bit easier. Wouldn't that just annoy Dominic? Who the fuck cares? Because they're work buddies? And? Wouldn't that upset him? Again, and? Wouldn't he want to, like, get revenge? I could see the cogs turning in on Tyson's head as he slowly reasoned out what I'd said. Shit. Thanatos has been on my case about trying to figure out what to do about Jack, but I'm getting the impression that there isn't really anything we can do after all.
Oh. I mean, aren't they old enough to drink actual alcohol? Tyson makes Dave wear a bikini on the beach. Tyson would be the one to wear a bikini, let's be real here. A Taikini. There it is, yeah.
Maybe do nothing. He says that doesn't turn out well either. And if he's lying... Dude, I don't know. How about you just leave Jack to me? I'll think of something.
I guess that's fine?
I watched as Tyson stood from his chair and came closer. He pulled me carefully to my feet and looked me in the eye.
I love you, you dork.
The words brought a smile to my face, the way he whispered them as he leaned in, carefully pressing his muzzle to mine. Even when he was trying to be gentle, he didn't really know what he was doing, but he was trying. Oh, that's adorable. He's sliding his muzzle alongside mine until he had his chin resting on my shoulder. He hugged me close.
You know, he went from the fucking Kiwi Island. I know the dude who does like fucking like Kingdom Hearts videos is from New Zealand.
At any moment, I could lose this. I could lose what I'd been with, and I could lose what I had with any of my friends, and the pit of my stomach grew to the point that I started trembling. I thought of Roswell dying. I thought of everyone in danger already. And as my trembling grew, Tyson's grip around me tightened. Hey, you're alright? Hey, you're alright.
What do you mean, I forget his name. There's a green, hang on. Didn't Kingdom Hearts, what's his name, get a new promo or something? Missing Link?
Hey, you. Hey, you're alright? I'm gonna go head back down and see how things are down there.
Yep, I misspelled that horribly. I was into it way back in when I was in elementary school. Damn it, I can't find his channel anywhere. The Gamers Joint. That's the dude I'm talking about.
Hey, you're alright. How about we head back down? See how things are going down there. Yeah, okay. Hoss, it's a rat. Sure. Everyone seemed to be already there by the time me and Tyson arrived, and there was with a notable exception of Roswell. Him plus Oswald and Benson, but I assumed they were off making sure Roswell was treated with whatever they could give him. Or at least that's what I opened. Opened? What's going on? Thanatos is being a menace. Am not. You kinda are. What's he doing, though? Nothing. What do you mean? You came in here wanting to talk to me, but just started talking nonsense. I wouldn't say nonsense, but he was absolutely looking to pick a fight with someone. What did he say? With Roswell out of commission, I just wanted to see if Orlando wanted to go see his dad. I don't want to see my dad. I don't think any of us do. He also followed it up by saying that Orlando's life is pretty expendable, to which a good deal afterwards was spent making sure Orlando didn't roast him. Yeah, probably good that he doesn't for now. It does raise an important question, though. Go for it, big guy. If Roswell is out of commission, how is that going to affect the exchange tomorrow? Well, I guess one of us could go instead. No way he's going to be able to find out where we're going and coming back. In a sense. Yeah. Chandelier, that rat. Could you even like, I imagine like maybe Sal is tall enough to make it. Looked at Thanatos with a frown. The bad feeling I had from before was returning, but I kept my mouth shut. Well, if Oswin is going in regardless, it needs to be one other. I volunteer. We're just talking about it with Dave. Dude, no offense, but are we sure that's the right call? The fuck do you mean by that? You're on edge of... Really hoping I don't fucking vomit or something, because I don't burp this much. It's weird. You're on edge already, and I don't see you calmly following along, seeing the way out and calmly coming back to grab us. Dude. Points for volunteering, but there's someone more suitable. You're not going to suggest yourself, are you? The moment you pull out a gun, we're fucked. Dude! We should consult with Oswin, shouldn't we? I would volunteer, but I will be ill-equipped should we run into Memphis. Why? Feel like he'll insist I stick around for a chat when returning is the priority. Oh. For similar reasons, Orlando doesn't make a good choice either. But all that leaves is, well, Benson, myself, and Dean. Except now we know Memphis is a bear in his little group. He might try recruiting Dean the same way he tried and recruit me. So Benson and me. Well, Benson then surely, if anything goes wrong, he can take care of himself. Unless they knock him off while they have the chance and leave the rest of us defenseless. Uh-oh. I feel like I knew this would happen. Gotta get our main boy in even more danger. I could feel everyone's eyes lock on me, and I felt I was going to be sick. Well, Dave's out too. I agree. That's not where I was expecting this to lead. Dave falls into the same category as Orlando, except instead of Memphis putting him on edge, it'd be Jack. So we're left with no one. Well, shit, now what? If someone has to go, we're just gonna pick someone we're just gonna have to pick someone. In which case, I'll be the one that decides. Oswin was standing in the doorway when he spoke and promptly approached who was standing with the rest of us. Actually, his name is short for Memphis, Tennessee, and he's part lizard. Yoroshigai, it's nice to, Yoroshigaishimasu, as they say in Nippon. Oswin weekend at Bernie's Roswell. That'd be fucking, that'd be great. Admittedly, everything I caught Sal saying stands up to scrutiny. We don't have any good options with Roswell's current condition. How is he? Would you like the good news or the bad news? The bad first? I think it would be best to prepare yourself for Roswell's passing sooner rather than later. His condition is not improving as to be expected, but in addition it's worsening with every bit of stress that crops up. Rather than let the bad news linger in the air, I cut in near immediately. What's the good news? The good news is that he's stable. I've medicated him so he's sleeping soundly for now. He'll probably sleep the rest of the day away, so I wouldn't go expecting him to make an appearance later. Don't worry, we'll just figure it out. What about the pain? It was his choice. A moment of lucidity to inform me that he'd be more useful asleep. What does that even mean? He doesn't want y'all worrying about him. Victory Royale, yeah, Fortnite's about to get down, just, I don't know the rest of the song, it's been too long. That's my bad. Any number of things. Indeed, the more pressing matter is figuring out who of you is going to be accompanying me into the woods. Yeah, plenty of volunteers, it seems like. That doesn't make it any easier. Ideally, I'd like to go with Roswell, given reason that he need not be explained again, but I'll have to consider who our best option is moving forward. And just so we're clear, Benson isn't being considered. That's right. I feel it's best utilized covering the escape after you know where you're going. In worst case scenario, where no one returns. Or in best case scenario, where no one returns, you're not left to fend for yourselves. We looked at each other uncertain. The plan we had for now was out of the window, and no one seemed happy about it. There's something else I really want to show everyone. It might not be much, but my eyes went to Thanatos briefly before I dug around in my pocket, placing a Leo medal carefully on the table. Leo. Leo? Not, it's Leo. Trust me. Oh, alright. Where was it found? In the place where Oswin does his best work. Excuse me? That was a clue I was given by Thanatos. Real nice throwing me under the bus there, Junior. Would you be so lucky that he'd thrown you under the bus when they arrived? Just some Thanatos. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's out of Thanatos' range. He'd probably just, shut down. Like, well, I don't have Bluetooth doesn't extend this far, my homies. I'm out. Alas, you have some explaining to do in lieu of no bus. He means the study, not like it's any big secret. We didn't go into your lab without you being there, if that's what you're worried about. The study? Yeah, we found it inside a book. Was it a special book? Well, Oswin's sister had hollowed out the inside of the book, hollowed out the inside of the metal, and hollowed out the inside of it to hide the metal and a picture inside. A picture of what? Oh, went to speak, but he was already moving, almost breaking out into a run as he cleared the dining room. So what was the picture, given he wasn't willing to stick around to hear you out? It was him as a kid, with his brother and sister. Oh, is that all? Well, yeah. And it was with the medal. Also, yes. There was nothing special about the photo, no additional clues. There was a note on the back, written by his sister, I think. Something about remembering what was important. What could be most important? What indeed? Well, that's true, but he did say that his range does not extend that far outside of the mansion. We do know he's capable of at least going to the center of the hedge maze, for what it's worth. Mr. Thanatos, do you know what is most important to Oswin? Sure do. Don't bother, Sal. He's not going to help us. He might. If it was a picture of him and his siblings, then it'd be family, right? At the very least, his brother and sister. You think that he'd have forgotten that? Who really knows? Not as any of us have any functional family life. Now hold on. My family is just fine, thank you very much. With Dean being the exception, I think I see what you're saying. As hard as it is to hear. It can't all be bad, can it? I'm not going to speak for anyone other than myself, but the pattern seems to be there. Mine's in the Mafia, Hoss and Sal are estranged from theirs, Rosales is dealing with him dying early, and aren't even there for his final moments. We're his family, aren't we? That's true, although not exactly the same. He did just for against Ingram, and Thanatos lies, but he's not clearly doing it at the timeline where that doesn't suck. That's true. But he also has his boss's orders, his master's orders, which has his paws. Yeah, he does. Just, it's hard to deal with Thanatos. Thanatos. We should burn his bread. Persona 3 jokes. And then there's what you and Tyson have. Everyone with the exception of Dean seems to struggle with family life. It's not just me that finds that just a little suspicious, right? What's wrong with me having a good family? We're not going to find out you and Dom are secretly cousins or something, are we? Orlando, they were different. You can say they were different kinds of bears. That's not racist. I would have thought the fur color was enough for that. Having seen your brother and not knowing the relation at first, you'll forgive me for not ruling it out. Should we go check on Oswin? Why? He ran off pretty quickly to go see, presumably, the picture, but it wouldn't take that long to go get it and come back. Maybe something happened. We could afford to wait a little longer, but there's nothing left for us to discuss with him anyway. Anyone want tea? We can do tea while we wait. Maybe we can make a few sandwiches to use up the bread. Alright, I'll help you with the sandwiches, I'll help with the sandwiches, you do the tea. So, come help. Oh, it's a black bear. See how it is? Oh, I see how it is, Dave. Damn it, Dave's racist. He's the only one with a good family. Do you think it's wise? That's a fair question. It'll be fine, just come on. That is true. Oh man, what if it turned out that fucking Dom and Dean were actually related? Dean patted Sal in the back, and that was enough to get him moving. Orlando bringing up the rear. They disappeared into the kitchen. Well, this is a mess. At least I get tea. Like tea really is going to help. Don't get him started. I've got enough on my mind already. Fine, you get a pass. Thanatos? What? Are things still going according to plan? We'll find out tomorrow. What makes you say that? It can go a few different ways, but really, all there is to do is just wait. Waiting is the worst part. Well, I'm sorry to say you're out of luck. It's waiting we're taking the fight to them. And I'll tell you for free, going in early is a bad idea. Tyson dropped into a chair and started to tug at his fur, but didn't say anything. Especially after seeing Hoss in a similar state. I'm going to check on Oswin. I'll be back. He hit him with another one of those brain blasts. I hurried along until I was upstairs again, looking around for Oswin. The bookcase was still open off to the side, so I headed into the study. Oswin? He was sitting at the desk, the photo clutched tightly in his hands, though the moment I made a sound, he stiffened and sat up straight, dipping his hand so he could quickly wipe his eyes. Are you okay? When he turned to me, he was stone-faced, but his eyes were puffy. Even having not gone all that long, must have been hit hard by something in that picture. I'm fine, all things considered. Sorry, I can come back if you want to be alone. You ran off, and we're done downstairs for now, it looks like. Shook his head, setting the photo down. There's no benefit in being alone or with people, so do as you please. What does that note mean on the back of the photo? Without prompting, he flipped it over, looking at the photo again. What's the most important? It's always something she said to us. Something that was meant to keep us focused on what we were meant to be doing. Me with my medicine, Reggie with his studies and whatever father wanted him to focus on. Florencia? Flora, yeah. It was the last thing Reggie said to me before he passed as well. I got the feeling he knew something bad was going to happen, and well, he was right. Can't enter password because Dean's brother wasn't allowed to use named phrase. That's fucked. That's fucked. You know, it's going to be someone's job to watch over those like animatronics on display for the movie's premiere. And that night guard has the world's worst job right now. Because of the medical trial. As if things couldn't get any worse, so many things lined up with that day. The trial went wrong, Reggie passed. I knew my life was forever changed that day. It was meant to be a day of great happiness, but he was smiling, but I could see tears starting to well up, start to threaten the corners of his eyes. I'm sorry, Oswin. At the very least, Flora was there with her husband. And Benson came soon after I called to tell him what went wrong. He was there when Reggie passed and took me away soon after things were settled, shall we say. Settled? Just some paperwork, really. Funeral arrangements and the like. Most of it had already been handled by my brother as a precaution. Something that I have my fans full with a vaccine should things go well. But if things went well, wouldn't he have been cured? Yes, but such a cure wouldn't work immediately. Even dosing Reggie, assuming a successful response on the children, would mean he'd need to be watched for a while. Osmond stood slowly, breathing out and tucking the photo into his pocket. Thank you for checking up on me. It only seemed right, given, well, how you left. Yes, well, I suppose the time for tears can be until you've escaped off the mountain with your friends. Assuming we can figure out who can go along with you. Yes, that is certainly something we need to decide, isn't it? It's going to be me, isn't it? Pardon? Just, that's the impression I was getting. That somehow Thanatos is arranging things so I'd be going in with you. If I'm being frank, I'd much rather you didn't join me. Of your friends, Dean is the one I'm considering taking should I not be able to bring Roswell. Oh, well, good, I guess. Not worried about Memphis trying to recruit him? Not overly. No offense to Dean, but I don't think he and Memphis will click based on morals alone. Dean's proven a little too soft to join organized crime, and he's not big enough to pass on that quality alone like Sal likely would. Well, that's if Dean is good as good as a woodsman as I'm led to believe, he'll be back in no time. Oswald's hand found my shoulder and looked me over. I have enough pattern recognition to know where this is about to go, Oswin. Things are about to go shitty for me, as it always does, in this fucking mansion. Days very good, no bad, vacation. Whereas days very bad, no good month. That's how that's what this game is. Don't misunderstand, however. I'm going to spend the rest of my day concocting something to jumpstart Roswell to a stage where he can come along as intended. Or at least try. Why? Because he's the most expendable? I wouldn't put it so simply, but if reducing things down to raw facts, then yes. As the one whose life is closest to the end of its natural expectancy to maximize the years left of the rest of the group. The words seemed to catch in his throat and he stopped there, looking away. Okay, yeah. Come now, Dave. Are you willing to risk your own life should things go awry? We don't know how things tomorrow will go, but if we're playing the odds... And Roswell is the right choice, yeah. Assuming he's well enough to go, leveraging his luck is the right move. Considering what Dave remembered with Thanatos, we can make an aggregated guess, but uh-oh. What about you, though? What's with you staying with Memphis while we all escape? We'll be fine. Should the worst happen, Benson knows what to do. Won't Benson miss you if you get killed, though? Almost certainly, but with our options so limited, risking death is just the point we're at. He made to leave, walking past me. This is what Thanatos meant, that having to choose dying or having someone else die, isn't it? Oh. Where are you going now? If I have a day and a night, at most I should forgo sleep to get Roswell onto his feet. I best get started now. You'd best rest as well, Dave. I imagine tomorrow is going to be tolling on everyone. Right, yeah. I stood there as he wandered away. I knew where he was likely headed, but I made no effort to follow. All I had to do was believe in him. To get Roswell fixed up, the plan would go ahead as required, and that was that. We'd be free. So I made my way downstairs in a daze, wondering how likely Oswald was going to succeed in his As I made my way downstairs, I was in a daze, wondering how likely Oswald was going to succeed in making some medicine in half a day. It didn't seem possible for all things considered, but I wasn't going to turn down a miracle. Ah, Dave, there you are. Huh? Oh, were you looking for me? The others were curious how you might be. The others were curious how you were faring, checking up on Oswin. Ah, yeah, well, we just had a chat upstairs, but now I think he's going to be holed up in his lab for the rest of the day. Imagine because of Roswell. Yeah, apparently wants to mix up some medicine for him or something. Benson seemed to consider the prospect over longer than I expected him to, tugging at his mustache. Benson? I sure do hope that man knows what he's doing. You don't think he would? I believe he's emotionally compromised and is about to make a rash decision. Because of stress, or because of what? Well, he saw a picture of him and his siblings upstairs. Something Florencia hid, I think, so he's probably thinking about family. Yes, I believe he is. Do you think he'll get to see his sister again? Who can say? Can I ask you a personal question? It's, I don't know, something that's been bothering me a little. What is it? Oswald and Roswell. That's not a question. They're not related, are they? I mean, they seem close whenever Oswald takes Roswell away somewhere, or times like now, right? Not the first time it happened, so... That is a touchy subject. Touchy how? A long time ago, Oswald wanted a child of his own. A long time ago. But life decided that it wasn't meant to be. He decided as punishment to himself that he was unfit to raise a child. Because of the medical trial. Very good, yes. It was because of the trial. So Roswell, let's just say it's a means for him to enjoy the thing he wished he had. That's all. I gave Benson a funny look, but his stare didn't give me anything else to work with. When they both go into the woods tomorrow, I have questions, and at that time, I'll be happy to provide answers. But in the meantime, I should go provide support should he need it. A little fatherly touch, if you will. Good luck. I want to know the first thing on how to help here. I shall see you later, Dave. No, Oz probably just thought, yeah, I probably shouldn't have a children. Uh-oh. Okay, didn't break my phone. He probably thought I shouldn't have a children after murdering a bunch. Guys, I'm back. Welcome back. Nanako! I still think we should just eat whatever the fuck we want if we're hungry. If we're getting out tomorrow, may as well. And if we don't, how did checking up on Oswald go, Dave? Fine, he's in his lab now, I think. Gone to see if he can get Roswell up and able to make tomorrow easier. Quickly scanning the room, I noticed the lack of a certain rat about and frowned. Thanatos is missing. Yeah, he said he had somewhere he had to be. Sure he does. So just in case I misheard you, Oswald is going into the woods tomorrow and going to work his magic to get Roswell to go with him still? Magic? He's going to make medicine or something. I don't know how that works. Still, we can't go eating all the food. Okay, but why though? Because, you know. I think if anyone's gonna make the most use of that food, it should be us, right? For what it's worth, I think it's worth splurging a little bit. We'll feel better going into tomorrow, well fed, just in case something bad should happen. Oh yeah, now that is just sad. Yeah, that is. Yeah, Solid does have a good memory. I don't even really remember what Oswald specifically said to that. Or better yet, give us the energy we need to make sure we can make a clean escape. Good idea, yeah, but what do we want for food? I could see Ty starting to speak. I reached over to push his muzzle aside, speaking for him. Because I could go for fried chicken and pumpkin bread. Together? If we're making a request, maybe we have chicken and waffles instead. Sounds like comfort food central. Guys, we're not having chicken and waffles. Please? Counterpoint, Orlando. If you don't let us have chicken and waffles, you could have two older brothers willing to step in and make you do it. Oh, I wouldn't do something like that. Come on, Sal. You're letting the side down. Sorry. Orlando, please make us chicken and waffles, or I'm going to tell everyone a story about what happened when you had coffee. Oh? You wouldn't. Failing that, I had Tyson in the wings, because he counts too. But Sal's ready to go, it seems. Hell yeah! Chicken and waffles, easy. Chicken and waffles. So chicken and waffles, easy. Fine, I'm going to prepare the chicken now, but if we're doing this right, I need to prepare buttermilk. Well, that's dinner sorted. I'm a little excited now, if I'm being honest. You're still going to tell that story about it. You're still going to tell that story, though, right? Why would I do that? He's making chicken and waffles. Hoss, help. I'll offer you some advice here, Tyson. Pick the battles you're going to win, and you're not winning this one. It'd be like fighting Dale on anything that has to do with arts and crafts. Oh, fuck that then. Ah, funny. I puffed out my chest in pride before I saw Sal start to make movements. Where are you going? Fried chicken is something I can cook, and cook well, if nothing else. I'll offer to help Orlando with that for the rest of the day. I hope we do. He'd already made up his mind, it seemed, and followed Orlando into the kitchen. Tyson followed suit soon after, mouthing at me pumpkin bread before flashing thumbs up and heading into the kitchen as well. Well, that's exciting. Dinner or just seeing the mood shift upwards? I was worried we were going to be down in the dumps. What's the fucking time? I'm gonna just use my phone because it's easier. Uh-oh. At the next scene transition is when we'll stop chat. I flashed Dean a quick smile, but it faded as fast as I thought about tomorrow. Oh man. Yeah, it is getting late. I need to hurry my butt up. It's going to be a big day. A lot of things had to go right. There's still a worry that things could go horribly wrong. Dave? Huh? What? Don't worry. I don't think anyone has forgotten, but try and focus on things for now. On other things for now. Yeah, it's not a great situation, but all of us know that. We'll get through it at one little bit at a time, alright? Yeah, I guess you're right. How about you go and find us a board game and bring it downstairs? Huh? Why? Wouldn't be bad to just spend the day down here, right? Give Roswell the space to recover, Oswald the space to work, plus we're all keeping together, so it should be fine, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, any preference on what game? Mystery at the House on the Hill? That'd be good. As long as it's something we can all play, we should be fine. Oh yeah, shit. Not 2 weeks. Oh, damn, you're right. I rushed upstairs with a notable spring in my step, but stopped dead in my tracks and I saw a move in the cupboard with games. Oswald was sitting there, dazed and seemingly out of it. Thanos on the other side, seemingly waiting for me to arrive. What's going on? Uh-oh. Come here. Roswell's got something for you. What? Okay, now I said it was sleeve at this next transition, but chat, just bear with me. Just bear with me for a little bit longer. I shoved closer to see exactly what Thanos was referring to, as Roswell was sitting in the beanbag. He had one hand cradled on his lap, with the other resting beside him, holding something that looked very familiar. Wait, that's... His hand was on another metal, the one with the prominent V, with ends all curvy. More importantly, shouldn't he be in bed? Like, great, he found a metal, but... Dave, you need to get out of here. His fingers flexed around the metal disc just a little bit, but his overall grip was slack. What? Dave, Roswell struggled to lift the metal, breathing hard. His hand was shaking as he held it out for me to take. He's about to... Damn it! It was a trap, and my fingers barely brushed metal before a sharp pain in my skull made me black out. God fucking damn it, this rat! Things were going so well. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the better, so much it seemed that Thanos had decided to knock me out again. Dave gets trolled. I've been doing it a lot more lately, and I was starting to mess with my understanding of what I was meant to be doing in any given moment. Questioning if I was awake or asleep, plus dealing with disorientation afterwards was the immediate pain at the start. The only consistent thing I knew was that whatever I was about to see, I wasn't going to like it. And as I was unconscious, it hurt in a way I couldn't quite understand, but I could feel a lingering ache in my head all the same. I was no stranger to Thanatos' habits of putting me under, but why he was doing it still eluded me. Maybe he just enjoyed doing it, maybe he had a greater purpose. All I knew for certain was that I wanted it to stop. This is the bus stop! When my eyes opened, I knew where I was immediately. It wasn't the first time I was in control either, just a passenger in my own body. I yawned, pulling out my phone. Damn. I flicked on my contact and hovered over Roswell's name before flicking over to Dean and hitting dial. A few seconds later, he picked up. Dave, what's up, buddy? I missed my bus, I think. Oh shoot, how'd that happen? I don't know. I was napping, I think, but something wasn't adding up. I was sitting there and I just missed my bus. If it was a dream, then fine. But if this was a memory, then what was traumatic about that? What was a traumatic event that was making me remember? I hadn't been hit, or something bad had happened, right? As if to answer my question, a screeching car in the distance caught my attention. I stood immediately. I feel my first hand on in as the car came speeding around the corner, down the street, and towards me. Dave, everything alright? How the car was moving was off. Aside from fast, it wasn't traveling in a straight line at all. Dave? Things went black just before the car crashed into the bus stop, and my body tensing up in anticipation of the impact, but it never came. I could feel what happened next before I could see it. The heat, the way the air felt heavy as I breathed in. It was night. Though the raging fire in front of me made it light as day, and my hand was Thanatos, limp for some reason, though deep down I knew I could figure out why. Despite it still being on the edge of the driveway, I was close enough that the heat of the fire was radiating off the house in waves. I was colder in another way, something deep inside. Thanatos. Yeah, that's bad to read. Thanatos. Part of me was hoping he was still alive. Part of me was wondering if it was just some trick or dream within a dream. Why did you... I stood there just watching the fire for a bit, Stunned and sick, sad and scared. Where were the others? Why was I outside? What happened with Jack, Dominic, and Memphis? Why was the house on fire? On top of that, why was I not wearing a shirt? Had I been sleeping? As what had happened that led to this moment? Those questions were going to go unanswered as once more things faded to black. My head still hurt, body aching, as I felt myself begin to settle again, though this time, it felt slightly more comfortable. As I opened my eyes, found myself tucked into bed. A light slap on my face confirmed I was waking up properly now. Carefully sat up to get an idea of what had happened. Not that there was anything to go off of. I was in bed. Everything was as I left it. Someone must have brought me here after finding me passed out in the rec room. Checked my phone to see what the time was. I'd someone slept the day away and was now. Damn it! Wondering if there was a way to stop myself from sleeping so much. And some pants and a shirt for going my usual orange hoodie. Uh-oh. I mean, it was just lingering thoughts of the fire that didn't make me feel cold. I just need to be moving. Maybe find Thanatos or Roswell to even get some answers. Okay. Chat. Okay. Fucking, I don't know. Stop here. There's a new poll, chat. There's a new poll. The answer to all your questions. Shirtless bod to distract Jack. It's like that one meme with black guy with nice booty, if you know what I mean. Alright, we're on page 2. Stopping here is fine. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It does seem like... I know day 23 is probably long as hell, since it's, like, important as hell, you know? What the hell? Let me out? What the hell was that? Anyway. Seems like we're all in agreement. This is our stream ends, chat. It's gone on long enough. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. So, chat, what did you think of stream? You enjoy it? Oh, Dust. Hit me up on Discord. Louie. Just hit the fan, but no one else there for a long while. Let me outlet dance for hours. It was great. Fun stream. We're heading towards a big climax. We are. Good night, Choron. I know it's very late for you. Yu-Gi-Oh! Password discussion was fun. It was. We should pick that up next, chat. Think about it, chat. I want answers next stream. But anyway, we do all really have to go. I streamed way longer than I should have. Me too. I like talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing it, not so much. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. But... you definitely aren't prepared for just how often... Oh, God. Oh, God. But anyways... Thank you for being here, Gilded Archer, The Good Old Days, Stellar Knight, Choron, I was about to say The Good Old Days again, Law, Jose SR, Vanguard 101. Oh, hell, I didn't notice you were here. So, I probably said Stellar Knight already. And Gilded Archer. I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh! And never will. That's fair. Impero, Imbud. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very complicated. So, yeah. Maybe we'll play Elden Ring. Maybe I'll actually get off my... Maybe I'll just put that aside and actually finish Password, because because things are getting good. Wait, will I be able to finish it in like another 4-hour stream, if anyone knows? Or would I not? Is there still like 4 hours left of the game, or how would that go? Would another stream be good? Oh, God, I'm going to have to... All right, I'll take your word for it, Solar Knight. I have to think about that. But anyways, thank you all for being here. There should be linked to Ko-fi and Patreon in the description. But anyways. On Friday, today on the community page, I should post another one of those like questions for those community-based videos. You know. about your least favorite and your about your favorite and least favorite character from Osamu and why. So do be sure to answer that. It should be up at like fucking like what? Yeah, it should be up in like 2 hours. Anyway. Yeah, I do get distracted a lot. Thank you for noticing. You could tell I was actually gonna hurry through that last day when I started like actually reading stuff back to back, but meh. But again, we are getting distracted, so I'm just gonna say this. Link in the description. Thank you all for watching. Tune in on Friday for if I stream the end of Password or maybe more Elden Ring. We'll see. And as always, this is Joe's Fury signing out.